sorry, you met Mr. Nhlanhla several times since. And you also were made aware of an email. Sorry, it's because you don't send WhatsApps. It's a WhatsApp.
Okay.
From Brown Mkhwanazi on the 22nd of January, where he says, and I'm just reading, it's on page 27 of to the annexures. Sorry, it's in the body of your affidavit, sorry. On page 27. You'll see the name Dlamini, but that's also another name for Nhlanhla. Yeah. So you'll see at are you okay?
SC, I want to bring in Honorable Nomvalo just before you start.
Yeah, no, I just need some clarification, Chair, because I don't want to assume that the minister meant what he wrote here on his affidavit, because he might write something and say something else which does not accord with what he has written here. When he was saying that it would have been nice to sleep in a free accommodation, was he actually confirming that indeed he slept in Nhlanhla's apartment?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
So, okay.
Yeah, I did twice.
Oh, you slept twice. Okay, thank you.
Are you fine?
Fine, Chair.
Thank you. SC, let's proceed.
I was trying to follow a sequence, Honourable Chair, and get there. But I was still, General, referring you to page 27 of your statement, which is this.
Page 27.
Yeah, what's up from Nhlanhla. This is a WhatsApp from Mkhwanazi to Nhlanhla on the 22nd of January this year.
Page 27.
Yeah.
On my main statement.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you'll see in that WhatsApp you are mentioned there several times. In the first paragraph, there's reference to the 26 million tender, and they state here, it must be a mistake, but it says current Minister of Police Becky Cale's signature is on the tender approval documents. But your signature is on the tender approval documents right at the end. But on the 25th of January, you weren't the current Minister of Police.
No, this document is when I was a National Commissioner, not Minister. It's when I was a National Commissioner in 2010, dealing with the accommodation of the police for 2010.
Thank you for correcting me.
I was signing documents as a National Commissioner, not as a Minister.
Yeah, and because they go on to talk about in collusion with the current National Police Commissioner, General Masimula.
Masimula was head of policing, visible policing then.
Let me rather jump to the end of this WhatsApp, which says Cele was putting a lot of pressure for the then acting commissioner, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, to finalize these appointments. So, just explain what this is all about. Is this the 2010?
What is happening? Can you read again?
At the bottom of the WhatsApp, Cele was putting a lot of pressure for the then acting commissioner, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, to finalize these appointments. It was during this meeting whereby they all struck a deal that Balushan and Perumal will make all the aforementioned cases to disappear, as well as Cele will be protected from prosecution for the 2010 World Cup tender corruption.
Where is Cele this time? Mkhwanazi is acting because Cele is suspended.
Where in his references?
Mkhwanazi is acting because Cele is suspended.
Yeah, no.
Now, Cele from suspension, runs from suspension to come and put pressure on the acting national commissioner to work on this thing.
No, it appears that they are reviving this issue of the 2010 tender, which you're aware of.
I'm aware of
You're
it.
aware of that tender. But they're reviving that, and this is what you say in your affidavit at at paragraph 76. I understand that this was the text message that was to be used to try and bring charges against me. I do not know why bringing charges against me was part of the project discussed by Minister Mkhunu and Brown Mkhotsi with Mr. Nhlanhla. Since I am no longer involved in government, I suspect, however, that it may relate to my continued involvement in politics in KZN, which is relevant for the upcoming ANC election.
I affirm. That's my statement.
But isn't the real reason why they, if it is the case that they want to draw you, suck you into this by reviving 2010 stuff, that they wanted you to put pressure on General Khumalo and his ongoing investigations into, amongst others, Nhlanhla, Molefe, Mkhotsi, this whole syndicate?
I said, don't go too far. I don't know Mkhotsi, I don't know Molefe. I know Nhlanhla. So if you pull them together, I might get confused because I don't know.
But you know, you've met Nhlanhla.
Yeah.
Yes, and he's telling you that.
But I don't know Molefe.
Yeah.
I've seen him getting the bail now and again. I've read that he has been arrested in London, but he still gets the bail after bail. So, yes, and stories how he gets the bail, that somebody was paid for the bail and the police knew that he was going to pay so long he pays that person. So I don't know. I don't know Mkhotsi either. I only know that he comes from Mahikeng. This thing, it might be an issue, remains a suspicion to me, that is got to do with the processes of the African National Congress conference. But a person who can affirm what is an issue is a person who wants me arrested using this 2012 and sending these things and promising Nhlanhla that I'll be arrested soon. So that's a person that can explain. Yeah. Mine could be the suspicion that maybe the suspicion that I'm not supporting the cause of somebody becoming a president or deputy president. Maybe I'm supporting other people. That one is mine. I'm not going to tell you.
They say you must disclose that you're under oath. Okay, let's just move on. But you meet Nhlanhla again in March. On the 18th of March, you meet him at Zimbabwe Estate, also in Durban.
Indeed.
And then you go on to say at paragraph 77, initially believed we were meeting at his residence, but I later learned that Hlangwani Morgan Maumela owned the property. Mr. Maumela is currently the subject of an investigation by the Hawks and the SIU concerning the extraction of 2.3 billion from Tembisa Hospital.
Okay.
At the time you say of the visit to the you were unaware that it was actually belonged to Mr. Maumela. I received numerous queries from a journalist, Jeff Wicks, concerning my relationship with Maumela. I can confirm that I do not have any relationship with Maumela.
I meet Nhlanhla because now we're engaged on this presidential thing and me and all that, but talk other things. One thing that took me aback in the meeting of Zimbabwe is when I saw his protection guys. And I began to say that looks like there are faces I know here. What nearly made me fall down is when he told me that some of those guys, 23 of them, has recruited them from Special Task Force of the Army. I said to myself, what is this? He has taken 23 of the Special Task Force of the Army to guard him.
They're even recruiting some of our best, highly trained officers.
Let's say I'm giving you the story that scared me. Why I'm scared of this story is because I've spoken to Nhlanhla earlier on and gave me the information that we have lost 56 members of the Special Task Force of Police to the taxi industry. 56. Now, I'm told that to train one member of the Special Task Force is 1.1 million to be all-rounder. One. We have lost 56 to the taxi industry. Maybe there where I threaten you of knowing. But I've got two issues here. That I can't have such a production to the private security. That's the first fear. The second fear is that looks like we're increasing the capabilities of the private security versus the state. Because I don't care how many you send, there will be a serious battle between 56 guys in the tax industry with the 20 guys you send of the Special Task Force. So it's something that must be,
Yes, General?
It's something that must be corrected, Chair. Indeed, Masimula and me, we engage the taxi guys in KZN to say, bring back our men. They say, we pay them better. We pay them better. Talk to them. I say, guys, can we go back home? They say, Minister, we love the page. National Commission, we love the page, but we don't eat the page. Maybe that's one thing that we'll have to see what we do with our people that have high capabilities so that we keep them in a proper way. Maybe that's one case that as legislators will deal with. So I go back, Commissioner and I will go back and we discuss. We say, Commissioner, we have a leeway here of dealing with this 56. We had 3 meetings with them. The last meeting was in HR where we were preparing to bring them back. Not all of them that came back, but a big chunk came back. The leeway was that special task guys, both army and police, they have a special allowance. The special allowance is started same level, both of them at 6,000 some years ago. Soldiers have moved to quite a high, I don't know whether to say the figure where they've moved. They've moved there as a special allowance. And the police have stayed there at the bottom. So we agreed with the National Commission that move them up the army, which is more than 20,000 from 6,000. And then agreed, and they said, Minister, with pleasure, if you're taking care of us, we'll go back home. By the time I left, so they were being processed, quite several of them, they were going back to the police. Well, I heard Minister Mkhwanazi said he has fixed the matters of the special forces. No, that process started when Kele was there. But it was going to start with special forces, goes with the NIU and the CATS. CATS are not too many, and then goes to the TROT, that few that are still there. Now, with that process, comes information that 23 of the army now are in the payroll of a private guy called Nhlanhla. Anyway, I began to see them at the funeral, Honorable Malema. I began to see them at the funeral where we were together. I said, I know these voices, but at that funeral there were more guns and flowers.
Which funeral is that?
That was Mkhwanazi, the guy called Mkhwanazi. He was a taxi guy. So there were more guns and flowers. And I said to them, what is everyone you were hitting?
It's Guns and Roses.
Maybe guns, but there were more guns. So because he was a big guy in the taxi industry. Many of taxi guys, they came with helicopters in that funeral. They did not drive. Honorable Julius will remember there were many helicopters. I asked some of them, why did you use helicopters? They say no, because he was buried in his farm. You had to drive through the bush. So it was not any other thing, was to make sure that they go there. So you could see that this private security is taking the capabilities of the state. So somebody had to do something with it. And Nhlanhla is part of him increasing his own private capability. I don't know where that is arrested now. I don't know where those guys are that have left the special task force of the army. Remember, while they train similar, but when chips are really down, those are the guys that you bring in, and they're in the private hand.
Yeah. So General, what you describe is most disturbing, isn't it? It's high level crime, sophisticated, even buying off or inducing some of our top police and army, specially trained officers, to actually employ them on their side. And obviously they're involved in what is clearly a criminal enterprise. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't have that evidence that they're involved in what is criminal.
For what purpose would they want these people to be surrounded by people that's heavily
call
armed?
them protectors, but it's not only them here, SC, that could be blamed. The state also must take some form of responsibility. You can't train those people. I usually call them human machines and don't take care of them. I blame them for going and all that. I don't know what are they taught to do in the private arm, but the state will have to look at them. Train me highly, you keep me highly. Simple and straightforward.
So to continue what I
Council,
think,
yes,
what emerges from
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. Just one from the witness. The cat Matlala, you said you met him in Belleville Hills. Remember last year, if I remember well.
Correct.
And then you say at the funeral, if I hear you well, hence I'm looking for a clarity from you. There were a lot of guns than flowers. And was Matlala there?
No, I didn't see him.
So the security company, you don't know what security company was there?
There were many taxi guys. These guys are split. Those taxi, they just take. I think they pay them well. But they are not taken by one taxi boss. They're taken by many. So a person that, and I'm sure you know the person that was being buried there.
Yeah, I know he is.
Yeah, I'm sure you know him very well. Was sure you know him very well. I'm sure you also know a person that is at war with.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know him too. So that is very. So all these guys, they come because I guess everybody that is in the taxi industry knew in that particular day who was buried. I was there in the funeral. The Honorable Malema was there. Honorable Fikile Mbalule was there. And the three of us, we spoke at the funeral. We all spoke at the funeral. So it was a very high profile. I haven't checked, but I might suspect that Matlala could be there, but I don't have that information, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair.
You may proceed, Essie.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So, Minister, you seem to suggest that it's understandable that some of these initially or former police officers, military officers, highly trained, at 1.2 million rand a shot that taxpayers spend on training them, that it's understandable that they cross the floor and go and work for these syndicates because they get more pay, and that, are you saying that we should, to stop this, we should pay our officers more? Is this one of the ways in which we can stop this criminal activity? And why do you? I think you also mentioned that that you went back to actually negotiate the return of some of these officers back, to integrate them back into the police force.
I would not agree with you.
A huge risk.
I would not agree with you that they work for syndicates. Especially the police task force are recruited by the taxi industry. Those are not syndicates. There might be a lot of criminality there, but to call the taxi industry syndicates, having not have that information, will be a problem. There is one thing I know with the taxi industry, is a lot of death and a lot of guns on it. I said I was a provincial MEC for transport. I spend a lot of time dealing with them. So I would sit with you here, SC, have a meeting, and then I say tomorrow we'll come back and finish the meeting, and your chair will be empty. Next day, your chair will be empty because you are gone forever. So that's what happens with that industry. Anybody who understands that industry is a brutal. There is a question they ask there. If you want to pay taxes, do you have a stick to protect the job? That's a gun. So if you are going to be in the tax industry, you must have a gun too. That's how it goes. So I would not then say taxi industry are syndicates, but I wouldn't say that those recruited by those that are associated with syndicates like Nhlanhla are not abused and used for that. But I would not sit here and say taxi industry guys are syndicates.
May we take Honorable Malem.
Minister, you'll agree that there is a difference between personal protectors and inkabi. Because when a person is employed to look after you as a high profile or a taxi person, that person does exactly that. And there are people who are hired to kill people. And that is the purpose of hiring inkabi for that purpose. Am I correct?
You are correct, Honorable Member. But it does happen that the very same protectors are used sometimes as inkabi and come back to their job. But there is a pool of people that are there just calling their price. There is that group of people. So that's why, and there are people that genuinely protect their principals. They call them their principals, even in taxi industry and all that. And I would not call those people syndicates.
Thank you. Yeah, perhaps I shouldn't generalize, and I certainly don't or didn't intend to portray the whole of the taxi industry. They are organized. We know here in Cape Town anyway, where I stay, there's two, Kuteta and Kutesa, and the two organizations. So they are organized. But obviously it would be irresponsible to say they're involved in organized crime. They are, however, involved in a fierce battle, but they do also a great public service transporting our people. But it was more in the context of this picture that this narrative that comes from your evidence, that you meet this high-powered guy in December, a guy, just knows about this raid with one of your top, when you were minister, one of your top policemen, General Khumalo, wants you to do a favor, and then you meet him. You've read this article about him, and clearly I think you had agreed that it doesn't paint a nice picture about him, at the very least. Raises suspicions.
I would agree.
And then you go to a funeral, and then you go to Zimbabwe, and then you didn't know that this is another, well, according to the media anyway, notorious person's house. So Minister, you either you unwittingly, unknowingly are drawn into this web of dark criminality, or you go in there with your eyes open. Which one is it?
Let me again put some light on it. Funeral has got nothing to do with Kate Nhlanhla. So I didn't go to the funeral because of Kate Nhlanhla and all that. It was Mr. Mnisi called Swazi, who died in hospital. So because I have worked with him in dealing with the problem of taxi industry. So as a person I know. So it's got nothing to do with Nhlanhla at that particular time. Though I have learned SC and Honorable Madam, that his security has also looked after Mswaz of Kate Nhlanhla, which puts a clash between Nhlanhla and Joe. I'm sure we know Joe. And Joe, it comes from there. And they all come from Mpumalanga. They all come from Mpumalanga. That's why he knows them. He knows them very well. And there would be issue, and there would be stories about them. And even the Honorable Skhosana would know the stories, but we still meet them. But you know the stories. You know the story of Ucho and Sibanyon that everybody talks, but we still meet and we still talk. But I want to go to Zimbabwe, because the article says I went to, who's the guy? Maumela, yeah. He says I went to the house of Maumela, and then Maumela gave me the code. I don't know why would you dramatize having a code of entering Zimbabwe, because in Zimbabwe you enter with code. Now, why should it come as a secret weapon that you had a code? Anybody who goes to Zimbabwe enters through the code of the owner there. And then I go there to talk, and then I'm in this beautiful house, the beach house.
It looks like you, since your retirement, you're living it up.
Not necessarily.
You in high-end Beverly Hills,
I saw it
Zimbabwe.
once. No, Zimbabwe, I've been there several times, not because of... I've gone there to see many people. Minister Nkosazana sometimes stay there. I used to go there. The king has stayed there. I've gone to... So it's nothing wonderful about seeing Cat at Zimbabwe. I have been in Zimbabwe to see people. I've had conferences at Zimbabwe, one of the top hotels and all that. But the story I want to make, the journalist leaves the message to say, I went to see Cat at Zimbabwe, which is not a secret. It's not a secret, it's got nothing to secret. And then he writes something to say the house was Maumela. I didn't know. The house, Cat told me that he had 2 houses in Zimbabwe. So this is one of these houses. So I heard it from the journalist that the house was Maumela. But the journalist accuses me. He writes the message, and he says, the journalist says to me, I don't want to talk to you. I still have those messages. I don't want to talk to me. Write down. I have told the journalist before that I don't write. The journalist is trapping me. He wants me to write. I told him that I don't write, but he says this time, I don't want to speak to you. I'll not write. I don't write. I phoned the journalist 10 times. I phoned the journalist 10 times. He's got 10 missed calls, which are dramatic with Nhlanhla, but he doesn't write that I phoned him 10 times, not finding him, the journalist. And the journalist goes to point 3, raised 3 points. Point 3 says, he is aware and the fact that I have benefited from who's this guy? Benefited from Maumela. I've stayed in his house. I was in his house. I've been driven around. I don't know Maumela. I go back after I came back from the 10 calls. I go back to say, why do you say I know Maumela? Said, I really know that you don't know, so I retract that. But he has written the story. He has written the story, the journalist. Okay. Maybe Mkhwanazi is correct on that one, and I concur with that journalist. They develop some kind of narratives that they want to be there. That journalist, he knows the journalist, what he has done. And ever since, he has not written the story, has not come back to me. But he didn't write the story. He sent an apology to me. He sent, the
Honorable
journalist
Nhlanhla.
sent an apology to me to say he made a mistake to say I know Maumela. He meant that I know Matala. And that journalist knows long time ago that I know Matala. Why would he make that? He believed that I'm not going to answer and was going to write the story of me moving around with Maumela, creating narratives.
Thanks, Chair. General, you don't write or you can't write. You are just unable to construct a
Both.
paragraph. Both. Okay.
No. If you say I can't write, no, I can write, but I can't write the SMS message.
Okay, thanks.
Julius, Honorable Julius only knows that Massimula can't write the English. So
It
didn't know
looks
that I
like
can-
Chair, it's a general problem in the service. We need to look at it on how do we give support.
It's not a general problem, it's a problem of generals. Honorable Mali.
General, were not a teacher at some point.
Yes, I used to teach.
So you are a teacher by profession.
Yes,
So you used to write
at the blackboard.
at the chalkboard.
It was green that time. I used to write on the green. So there were no gadgets during my teaching.
You can
time,
only write
but I-
with chalk, with a crayon.
Yeah, the chalk
on
and
the board.
the
Proceed,
dust and all
SC.
that. Yeah.
I have given you until 4. Yourself. Until 4.
Uninterrupted.
Yeah, uninterrupted.
General, can we just deal with some of the further allegations against you in relation to Mr. Nhlanhla? Now, you say at paragraph 78.1 that you left government in June 2024, and of course these days like you already said at the outset here today, any travel and accommodation is at your own expense. But that, so when Mr. Nhlanhla offered you the use of his penthouse when you were in Pretoria, you took up his offer.
Yes,
But that was when you were now a private citizen,
yes.
not in your, when you were still Minister of Police.
I've long left the government. Left the government June. This is January.
How many times did you visit his penthouse?
Twice.
Stay twice. So at paragraph 78, you say that it is reported that Mr. Nhlanhla sent a message to the staff of his penthouse on 27 January 2025. As you said yourself, everything seemed to happen in January, in which he stated the following: "Good day, can you do me a favor? There is a friend of mine who's also a business partner. He is former Minister of Police, Bheki Cele. When he's in Pretoria, can you please ask management to inform the staff at the front desk to grant him access to my penthouse?"
Well, I think I've spoken to that, especially the journalist did ask me, because this is from the journalist. The journalist did ask me of being a business partner. I said to the journalist, that is the easiest thing to check. You go and check the registration of the, you register with who? With intellectual property, blah, blah, to be business. Check that if there is any business registered in my name. And come and show me that. Don't ask that from me. And I said, I don't have any business that I run. Secondly, I'm not a friend to Nhlanhla. I met Nhlanhla in December. So he is my acquaintance, but a friend in December and already a friend in January, that would be taking it too far. We are not a friend. I know him, acquaintance, there are matters that we talk about. I don't know his house, he doesn't know my house, I don't know, I only know him, I guess he only knows me. So friends would know more than that per that person. So I deny, I don't agree that he's my friend, he's my acquaintance. I will stand by that.
We're going to add the word friend now to the lexicon of the Adhoc Committee.
Immediately.
Immediately.
No word will
Comrade,
be,
associate, friend.
no word will beat immediately.
So, so General, just on the Medicare 24, contract, I think we covered much of it already, but that contract, or that, the tender was awarded on the 18th of June 2024, and that was shortly after your tenure as Minister of Police ended.
Correct.
But you had no role in the award, the award of the tender.
I know nothing, not only that, I know nothing about supply chain matters in the South African Police Service.
I mean, you don't sign off on the award. It's the National Commissioner who signs off on the
It's
award.
a national commission.
And that's after evaluation,
Yes.
adjudication,
Adjudication and
the
all that,
award.
yes. Ministers don't sign on tenders.
Then, just second lastly, the allegation that you tried to push out Lieutenant General Khumalo, in his evidence before the Nhlanhla Commission, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi alleged that you had attempted to persuade the Divisional Head of Crime Intelligence, Lieutenant General Khumalo, to resign from SAPS to protect Lieutenant General Khan from investigation and internal disciplinary processes. And these allegations are outlined in an article which is annexed as BC 11. BC 11 is on page 89 of the annexes. It's headed, Mkhwanazi Cele tried to push crime intelligence head out of SAPS, Nhlanhla Commission.
Interestingly, when Mary speaks of the Khumalo that didn't know anything was in the ORS, he meant that Khumalo, who happens to be Jablan Khumalo. This is a researcher. It can't differentiate between Tumsan Khumalo and Jablan Khumalo. So this is Jablan Khumalo, who is a member of the Special Task Force. As a brigadier, he came to head ORS after Mkhwanazi has been promoted. After Mkhwanazi has been the acting national commissioner, so he came here. So there were issues that were raised, by the members of the Special Task Force to say things aren't going very well. They say they were not assessed, they were not getting training or raising things. I took them to the National Commissioner, who happened to be Stole at the time, to say, Commissioner, for me it's a serious matter when this group of people complain so much. This is not the group of people that needs to complain, because when ships are down, those are the people that you revert back to them. So, but they were complaining about Khumalo and all that. I must say, in my stance with police, both as a national commissioner and the minister, I've buried one member of the Special Task Force. SC, By the way, that's one thing with the South African police. You bury every weekend. Those guys are dying. Police are dying. The sad thing, they die young. After establishing this Sapet Education Trust, it was after the funeral I attended at Kraaifontein as a national commissioner, where a police officer we're burying was 23. The wife standing on the open grave was 19. In her arms was a three months old. I said to the management, let's do something. What happens to this kids? Look, this guy is only the year. To accumulate anything in the South African police, at least you need to take 10 years. They die zero. It is on that score that the management also has agreed, SC, to give what we call a special death grant, so that there is something that the junior you are, actually it goes to the juniors, it doesn't go to generals, and it goes, because if you die first year, second year on the job, your family have just said something good is happening in this house, and boom, they don't know how to bury you. So we came there with that policy in the South Africa to say, junior you are help, so that there are funerals and all that they take care of. But the kids, it's that if you die on the line of duty, they must take you to school. That education trust must take you to school at least until the junior degree. That's what happened. I think there are close to 2,000 kids now that have been taken through. We wanted to make it independent, that not to be run by the police. Hence, its first chairperson of the trustees was Mkhwanazi. Smangaliso Mkhwanazi. We wanted eminent South Africans. Was Smangaliso Mkhwanazi, was Judge Mohoro, was Chaka Chaka. Those were the first person whom Pierre came and fired them. Okay. As she claimed that he started the subset, she didn't. She found it there. Now, I think I don't know much now, but I know chair that is a certain prominent business person in Jaka. I don't know if people they know Jaka. He's a business person in South Africa. So, because we want it to be independent, and they run the thing. So it comes from there. It comes from there that we must be able to take care of ours so that they are focused on their work going forward, SC. And I hope that everybody contributes. I saw the Mkhwanazi social media inviting people to the golf match so that they can fundraise for that, and he has been good on that one.
General, you didn't answer this aspect arose.
See, let me take Honorable Malim.
No, Minister wanted to tell us about businessmen. Or something, and then you left him in relation to this fund.
He's a chair of the subset now. Yeah, he's a chair of the education trust of this, the man that educates offense of the police. He's on that congress.
Thank you. So perhaps let me just remind you what your response was. The allegation by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi that you tried to get Lieutenant General Khumalo to resign in order to protect Lieutenant General Khan.
Let me respond to that.
Yeah, you said that the allegation is without merit. The Premier of Gauteng approached me to see if I could recommend someone from SAPS for a key high-level position in Gauteng related to safety and security. I considered Lieutenant General Khumalo because he had worked well together and I was well aware of his capabilities. I approached Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi to inquire if he had any difficulties with me approaching Lieutenant General Khumalo concerning this position. The insinuation that I sought to approach Lieutenant General Khumalo to protect Lieutenant General Khan from investigation is unwarranted. At the time of my discussion, which took place after I was no longer Minister of Police, I was unaware of the internal processes within SAPS and that Lieutenant General Khan was undergoing disciplinary processes. Moreover, there is nothing sinister or unlawful about me inquiring whether Lieutenant General Khumalo would be interested in a position in the Gauteng government. You confirm that's what your response?
General Mkhwanazi is a good cop, but it doesn't mean he doesn't have faults.
Yeah.
There is no human being that is. Some of them serious faults, but I guess it will be genuine faults rather than criminality and all that. Khumalo, well, maybe the statement there is not full of what General Mkhwanazi said. He said he was disappointed on Minister Cele and never spoke to him thereafter, if you finish the statement that he said. Panyaza, the premier, having created Amapanya, I'm sure they were condemned yesterday. But I know for sure that those Mapanya were given certificate by the Minister of Justice. I know for sure. But he is also, him and Premier of KZN are also MECs of safety in their provinces, both of them. Now, Panyaza says, Cele, I met him in Pretoria, in Apache, not in place of Cat, no. So he says, I want you to work with me to coordinate all security agencies in Gauteng to fight crime. I agree with that because there are 4 provinces that gives us sleepless night when it comes to crime in South Africa. 3 full KZN, Western Cape, Gauteng, and half Eastern Cape. They give us nightmares. So if anybody says, I'm prepared to put more resources in my province, Gauteng, that will help us a lot to deal with it. So he approaches me, but he says, I say to him, look, Premier, it will be good to work with you, but I'm not an operative. I'm not. Though I was a national commissioner, people saying this national commissioner who is a civil. I'm not a civilian, by the way, I'm a soldier. I'm trained fully, heavily so. So I'm not a civilian. Don't talk to me as a civilian, I'm a soldier. So I know the mentality of the armed forces. And I've been, all my life, by the way, I've been a commissar. And I can give you the prescription and the job of the commissar. I've been a commissar in the camps. All where I've gone, I've been I've never been a commander, but I've been a commissar all my life. So I then said to Premier, I'm not a commander. We'll have to get a person that will command and coordinate all the forces.
Who was your commander?
When
you were commissar, who was your commander?
Was JZ. All my life, Julius, I was commanded by Commander JZ. In exile and inside the country, That's my commander, Commander Zuma. So now he says, invite a person that will do the job. I say, I know there is a Khumalo. He's a major general, not a lieutenant general. He's a major general. he was at Tugela district at the time. And I knew that he was at Tugela because I worked with him very closely dealing with the taxi industry together with Mandla Chaba and all those dealing with the taxi. There were low high rate of matter around Lady Smith. So I knew him, we worked with him all the time. So with the respect that I have for Mkhwanazi, I don't phone Khumalo, I phoned Mkhwanazi to speak to Khumalo. And then, good, he said you speak to. Khumalo says he said I speak to him, he loves the police, he's not going to leave the police and all that. By the way, it's not a crime. If you come to Western Cape Province, there are so many police officers that have been taken from the South African police and are working for municipality. Recruited. So somebody used the English, I think was one journalist, that I allude Khumalo to Gauteng. Those that understand Zulu, Tulu is not to. If I lose you, those that know English, they can explain. But if somebody said, I've loot you, so I'm pulling you out of your way so that I can mess you up. That's the word, Lu. I did not. I recruited him. I approached him. He says, I love the badge. I'll stay here. That's fine. And then I went to Lesotho, the premier. So Mkhwanazi did not come back to me. I hear when he makes the presentation that he was very angry with me and disappointed he never spoke to me. As we speak, it was somewhere last year or early this year. But it's not true that Mkhwanazi never spoke to me thereafter. The last time Mkhwanazi sent me a message was June this year. So it's not true that he never spoke to me. He sent me the message about the matter that happened in Newcastle of, I think, Rafferty, the farmers that were killed there. So I phoned and we spoke. I asked what happened to that case. He sent me the message to say those people are arrested. So it's not true that he never spoke to me. Aye, we did speak.
Can we just round off, General?
So I'm rounding off by saying, Khumalo has been interviewed. The case, Mkhwanazi said, I did not like Khumalo. I'm not in business of liking. I'm in business of working with you. Khumalo, I would not have approached a person that I don't like. I said I work with Khumalo with the taxi and all that. He's a capable commander that would have come. That's why he was approached. If he feels I don't like, as Mkhwanazi feels I don't like him, so they can give me the measurements of liking. So how high, how deep it goes, the liking. But I don't work with you because I like or I don't like you. I work with you because you're capable of doing your job. Thereafter, I approached another officer who is a brigadier. I spoke to commissioner, to say national commissioner, because he runs the projects of Western Cape and the project of Mangoes, to say, can we request, he's a brigadier, and the brigadier says, I love the police, I'm not going to leave the police. There was nothing sinister about recruiting people. And remember, we are still recruiting these people to government. We are not even taking them to the private industry. They are recruiting to the other level of government. So I don't know what was a big deal about it.
So just lastly, General, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi also alleged that you directly linked to suspicious money transfer from Nhlanhla into a third-party bank. Sorry. Is it related to this? can we just received a message which I can't read now or understand. Can we take the break and come back and then just allow me a few minutes to clarify it when we return?
We're taking a 40
Sorry,
minutes.
General. It's,
A 40 minutes break. Yeah. Yeah. Is there too much for you? Because I want to check if you are ready, because when we come back here, I'm taking questions from you. So I wanted to give you time to rehearse your questions. You are ready? I'm reducing from 40. If you are ready, I'm reducing from 40 to 15 minutes. I'm giving you a break immediately. 15 minutes. Can we break immediately?
whether directly or hurt caused.
Okay.
Chairperson, I think that concludes our session.
Okay. I'm seeing two hands there, Honorable Malema and Honorable Sangoin.
No, Chair, this last part of the S is not necessarily something that must be directed to the minister. He said that to us about the minister. So he's got anything to say, he has to write down to us and say, it looks like I got my facts wrong. And therefore I apologize to the minister and to the committee and to the people of South Africa. So I don't think it's for minister to even say anything. If there is such a development, we're being taken for, we're also being surprised. We can't be members of this committee. People come say things here, and then when they retract them, we hear them like any other person. It must come to us. Then from there it can be communicated publicly, even to the person who was mentioned wrongly. Thanks.
Honorable Sangone.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. No, I think I'm partly covered by Honorable Malema, because what I was going to say is, if the General says he falsely accused General Nhlanhla, and he had said this on national television and other platforms, I would think that him withdrawing that very damaging allegation would have to be done in a public manner, the same way he was able to go on a public platform and make such an allegation. Thanks.
SC.
Honorable Chair,
Maybe let me take the Chief Whip before you respond.
No, thank you, Chair. I want to add on that, and the reason why, as one of the members were talking, the reason why I think that is important, how it's withdrawn is very important, because we were told in this hearing or this committee that there are people who have a capacity to design and send messages on behalf of your number without you getting involved in that. Now, a matter serious as the one that we're dealing with now, I am of the view that it should not just be withdrawn, as other colleagues have said, by merely sending an SMS. I think we need something officially, properly written, that must be publicly communicated, not in a way that it has been made available. Because this was a presentation that was done by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi under oath. And so it has to be treated in the same way that it was when it came to us.
Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair, eventually. I don't think that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi can send a little note to say he withdraws. He must come here and tell us why he withdraws it, how he made such a mistake, and why he thought it was okay to irresponsibly tell the whole world that thing. He's done a lot of reputational damage. It can't be undone by a little note.
Let's see.
Chair, we will, if he's not already hearing it or listening to it or watching it, we will convey this to him. But what my colleague Masikalala did convey to him was that he needs to put this in writing, addressed to the committee, to yourself. The reason why I raised it now is before the honourable members had an opportunity of asking him questions, perhaps in relation to that part, when we sit here with a message that it's withdrawn. And the other reason is before General Nhlanhla's statement is sent out to the media. and even further damage may be caused. But in terms of the formalities, he's been made aware of it, and we will follow that up. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I think that is carried. What will happen is that the members must not ask General Cele about that matter. General Mkhwanazi will have to amend his sworn statement, and the committee will make a decision whether we invite him to come back, so that where he has to make a public apology, that public apology must be made. It will be very good to have him in a forum like this one, where such statements were made, so that if members may want to ask questions, questions can be asked, and if he has to be directed to apologize, he's accordingly directed, and that apology is served on General Cele and South Africans as a whole. I wanted to give you 40 minutes, honorable members, and you said to me that you were ready, and I was so impressed with your eagerness. So your time is going to start now. I'm allocating 1 hour 20 minutes for a full member and an alternate. We are going to follow this order until probably 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock tomorrow, when we conclude the proceedings. When your time expires, even if you said you stop immediately. Yes. Yes. It's towards Friday, yeah. Even if you say one letter, you stop, because your time would have expired. So now is 26 minutes after 16 hours. So it means we are going to take 4 speakers between now and the next break. Yeah. So I want us to start exactly at 4:30. And then it will be Honorable Ngola and Honorable Sokhanyile. So if we start at 4:30, we are going to run until 10 to 6. And then the next set of speakers will start at 10 to 6 and take their 1 hour 20 minutes. Is it very clear? That is going to be Honorable Shongwe and Honorable Nomvalo. We're taking a full member and an alternate. It's 1 hour 20 minutes. Yeah. Is it very clear, honorable members? The 4 members who will be starting, is it very clear to you? Okay. Honorable Breitenbach, can I?
I'm explaining to the members that the time period is a limit, not a target.
It's 1 hour. Is 1 hour 20 minutes. If one person speaks for the whole time allocated, it means the time would have expired. It does not matter. The second speaker will no longer have any time left to speak. That's what it means. It's inclusive. It's indivisible. Honorable Sons.
Chair, may I check how versatile your directive is? if as a party we make an arrangement of saying that today we only give full members, then tomorrow an alternate, will that cause any damage to your directive?
No, it wouldn't be a problem. Remember, alternatives speak on the discretion of the chair. So you will have to check with me what is the time allocated to the alternate. The time for the alternate is 20 minutes. Yes.
Yes. I'm not denying
Remember,
that, Chair.
yesterday we were allocating alternates 45 minutes.
Yes.
So today we have reduced it to 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, can we make our own arrangement as a party to say today it's only full members who are going to ask, then tomorrow the alternate will use his 20 minutes. 10 or 20, whatever that you allocate to an alternate. Are you versatile to that extent, Chair? Or you strictly say today you must use an hour and 20 minutes?
Yeah, I want us to use an hour and 20 minutes per set of speakers.
Okay, no problem.
If you decide that you are going to use your hour tomorrow, it's okay. But now is 1 hour 20 minutes.
No problem.
Yeah. And the more you postpone, we start at 7 o'clock tomorrow because it means we will have a longer list of speakers tomorrow. Yeah. The African National Congress, Honorable Nhlanhla, Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Chair.
Let me not bore you.
Chair.
Honorable Souls.
Sorry, Chair, my hand was up.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's separate from this. I just wanted to have the House note and the nation note that today is the birthday of Jocelyn Smith, the little girl that was kidnapped and trafficked, and her mother, together with other accomplices, are found guilty of kidnapping and child trafficking. We hope that she's still alive. I just thought it's important to just mention that for noting. Thank you, Chair.
That is so profound, Honorable Souls. We welcome that message. South Africans are receiving it, and we hope that the police will continue to probe the matter until the truth is revealed. Thank you so much. Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me go straight to you, Ndosi. Looking at your appointment of General Smear as the Deputy National Commissioner, taking it back, because when General Smear was, you'll bear with me, I won't have I will say general, no lieutenant, no brigadier, all general. When he was appointed by the city of Johannesburg, whereby he was going to assist the city of Johannesburg in gathering and intelligence equipment, he left the city of Johannesburg under a cloud of being accused of corruption and fraud. Then Mr. Mesuli Mlandu, who was also serving in the city of Johannesburg, an executive director, wrote a letter to you on the 20th of June, 2022, regarding his concerns of the eminent appointment on the employment of General Sbiya to this Deputy National Commissioner of South African Police Services. Are you aware of that letter?
I can't remember the letter.
You don't remember a letter written by Mr. Mlandu alerting you or telling you about General Sbiya? You don't remember it?
No, I don't remember the letter. I have seen now, as we discussed, but I don't remember the letter coming to me. I don't know if I can expand on that one. Because who is Mlandu?
He was working in the city of Johannesburg.
As what?
An executive director. He once worked in Eastern Cape, then he went to work in the city of Johannesburg. Also, in the city of Johannesburg, he was suspended. Then he wanted to alert you about the fraud and corruption during the era of General Sbiya.
No, I don't know what level he was, but it's pathetic. To start with, is a manager, writes the minister. Instead, he doesn't even know who employs the police. Ministers of police don't employ the police. He should have written the national commissioner. I don't remember, I don't say I didn't receive, but what could have happened, Honorable Member? There would be letters that land in my office and the chief of staff look at them and they realize that they don't belong here and they take them where they belong. And what level was he? This Mlandu? Was level what? 14, 12?
He was a director.
That's level 12. He should have approached his manager to write the national commissioner so that things are proper. Otherwise, level 12, somewhere in Gauteng, he thinks can write the Minister of Police in Pretoria about the things that he doesn't know on it. Maybe if I finish, the commissioner employs, commissioner deploys. Commissioner did come to me about the coming back of Sbiya. It took some time, and Commissioner Sbiya was a victim of those people that were paired off by Pierre, which is Mkhwanazi, Masimula, Libya, Dramat, Mafume, Sbiya, Cruiser. It just cleaned. It's part of those people. So when then he goes there and he comes back, I remember that he was cleared by the mayor, and mayor was the lady doctor. The mayor was a doctor in Gauteng.
Oh,
Mpo. So I remember was cleared also by the SSA, which is a custodian of intelligence matters. So then he would go to the National Commissioner. National Commissioner would then suggest to me as a concurrence that we're taking Sbiya back. That's what would have happened. But for this guy to as a director somewhere and write the Minister of Police when he's got the mayor in his office, the manager, and indeed he wanted to be managerial, he could have written the National Commissioner. So maybe the letter, I don't remember the letter, maybe the letter got lost in the confusion this guy caused.
Okay.
Thanks.
The letter didn't get confused on the way. It had the minister's stamp. But, Minister, I do get your point, because the letter can come to your office and is stamped, or the letter was given to the National Commissioner. But when you're going to employ the deputy of the National Commissioner, surely you were talking with the National Commissioner. are we going to employ this person with this or a cloud in English over him from the city of Johannesburg? Then you say, no, let's get on. That's what I'm asking from you. Were you alerted that General Spear had that cloud over him from the city of Johannesburg?
It's cloud from Maputo. Huh? He's cleared by the mayor. He's cleared by the SSA. I think was cleared by the court, the labor court. All who says the court even went further to say reinstate him. So who I am to say to the court, well, I'm not. And not necessarily directed to me. And then the commissioner says, remember, the commissioner will go through to it. That comes to the minister as a concurrence. By the way, he's not forced to look at it. So maybe these three institutions, honorable member, they weigh heavier than Maputo, who wrote the letter. The office of the mayor himself, the SSA, who said the gadget was not illegal, and the court, who says reinstate him. So I'm sure, as the proposal is made of concurrence from the National Commission, we would have taken that one on board.
Okay.
Thanks.
Now, General, I'll say General even to you, or former minister, looking at General Spear, you have employed him, having that cloud. Then also, if we are looking at the links that he had, one can say that, allege, in fact, that he had links with criminals based on the evidence that were given yourself by Mr. Nhlanhla to say that he tried to make it a point that General Khumalo is arrested. All the story you were narrating. Can you say that, was it a correct appointment for General Spear to be the National Commissioner? Looking back to all these things, starting with, I know you are saying that he was cleared in everything, but now having the recent information and adding to what previously he had, that dark cloud I'm talking about, could you say it was the right appointment for him to be the Deputy National Commissioner?
Definitely there will be a concern, honorable member. Remember, Nhlanhla is only just yesterday when this guy has been doing the work, issues raised. But it's a point I made with the members and the meeting to say, I find it problematic that at the level of the Deputy Director General, National Commissioner is the only person that takes decision. And I would have recommended that, like all other DTGs, we follow the same pattern. What happens when the DTGs of other departments are employed? They are interviewed by the panel, serious panels, and then this information is taken to the cabinet, honorable member, and the cabinet endorses or they scrutinize it and they send it back. One other thing that is a must is a security clearance, but usually when you come for first 6 months, we are giving about preliminary, and then they say you give the real one in 6 months' time. So if we follow those patterns. I hope it will help with the police. But the question, looking back on him and the matters that are raised, while it's not my place, but I would say I would agree with the processes that have taken by the National Commission to relook at the matter.
Thank you. Then coming to Matlala, you said you didn't know Matlala up until you met him when you were going to meet Mabonga Mpongose. Mabonga Mpongose, who happens to be the son of your acquaintance, Mr. Mpongose, is dead. Then now you have Mr. Matlala, who came to that meeting at that Beverly Hills hotel. Can you share with this Adhoc Committee, what were you going to meet Mr. Mpongose about? Or was it work-related, because he is the son of your acquaintance's daddy?
Well, his name is Bongani Mpongose, so they call him Mabonga.
Yeah.
He's a KZN boy, so it's December, everybody comes home. He used to call me Timer.
Oh.
I'm sure they understand that language. What does it mean, timer? And then I'm down home. I want to see you, and instead of seeing me, he brings Matlala. So he had wanted to see me without giving me the agenda of meeting him, but it was clear that the agenda was Matlala, as we met Matlala and engaged.
Then out of that first meeting at Beverly Hills with Mr. Matlala, going to the next one, meeting with Mr. Matlala in Mr. Ngwana's house at his Zimbali estate. Can you say Matlala now became your friend or also your acquaintance, or what? How can you describe him now that, because, you know, he told you things that maybe some of them you are not going to gather outside. As you have already said that in order to know the information in the work that you are doing, you had to meet other people so that you'll get and sift out of that information you were given. Now that you met Mr. Matlala, how would you describe him to you?
He's definitely not a friend. I'm sure yourself have got the definition of friends. This is March, or this is January, meeting him in Pretoria again. After meeting him in December, he can't be a friend by then. Indeed, I said, I was interested in this tripod of Minister Mkhunu, Matlala and Mkhwanazi, whom in their meetings, either correctly or wrongly, either true or not, they found the space of discussing even my name, even sending this information so that they can find something out of me. So I would then listen and have an ear for that. But that did not make me a friend of Matlala. If it was a friend, we could have maybe taken some few drinks together. I could have visited his home. I saw late that he's got the white home in the mountain. Besides the house he has in, I know the house that was raided was in Waterkloof. So I could have seen, the place where we met, it would be more on the business, because this penthouse is in Capital, in the hotel in Pretoria, rather than his house. Indeed, I would say is a acquaintance in the lack of explaining any other thing, but not coming close of calling him a friend.
Thank you. Surely, maybe if he was not jailed now, when we are coming to this Adhoc Committee, maybe for argument's sake, he was not in jail, would he have called you or call you after the Adhoc Committee?
Chairperson, through you, Honorable Member, when I met him, I didn't know that he was carrying this kind of except what I read, but did not give it to me as a person that the police were to arrest for these things. I did not have the list of his withdrawal of cases, which are quite many and long, and what he has for. If he's not arrested, but I've received that information, I would have changed my approach to him, having had that information. Now, he's arrested. I'm told he's in CMAX in Nkosi Mapuru. Definitely, if we were a friend, I could have paid a visit there. I haven't. I know that some people have gone for statements there. Myself, I could have taken a statement there if he was my friend. So that is there, is arrested, that cut off, never again spoken to him, never taken a statement for him because we're not friends. And that gave me a better understanding of staying away. I'm not saying that I will never speak to him if he comes. We do speak to people that have been in prison, criminal record. We mix with them. Others are our colleagues, and they have been in prison. So it will be lie. It will be lie to say I won't speak to them. But things that I understand have changed my perspective at how I look at him. I definitely don't look at him as the first day I met, and now understand what he has been accused of.
Thank you. Lastly, because you know what I like about you as a witness, you are straight, you don't hide anything. Former Minister, what is it? Oh. A directive of the 31st December 2024. You said that you did call the current minister, that is Minister Senzo Mkhwanazi. You didn't inquire from the National Commissioner. Didn't inquire about what is happening. You saw that because it was on the media space. Immediately it was issued on the 31st. You didn't inquire when the minister said, no, he will deal with his job. You didn't inquire from the National Commissioner, being worried, of course, about the escalation of the crime, whereby PKTT has reduced it. You didn't try and call him at least and advise him.
Advise who?
The National Commissioner.
I've got nothing to do. I've got nothing to do with the National Commissioner.
Being the former minister.
I've got nothing to do. That will be serious interference, and what they term ruling from the grave.
No, talking on a friendly terms.
Absolutely.
For instance, you can't talk with anyone saying that, hey, now that this PKTT, are you having plans, knowing that you are talking to a person with whom you have worked? Surely you are communicating now and then.
Honorable Member, don't tempt me. You know, I sit home, I gym, I come and see TV. There are so many things on TV that are wrong about the police. I can talk to them every day. I must just accept that I've come and I'm gone. A person that I spoke to is a person that I've had a political umbilical cord with, who happens to be the minister. I did not phone him. We spoke face to face in a meeting that was somewhere, I think we were in Joburg, in the Hutla. This is January. It is even after I've had the issues of Matala. But this was the issue I wanted to enter, but we'll also speak about Matala things. And the minister had no time. He said, the letters that we talk about from, you hear them, or the other thing that I suggested is that we speak to the Peace and Stability Committee of the ANC, where I am the member because of the NEC, he is a member because of the NEC, and also is a member because of the minister, to talk those things. And he said those things could go and sit, talk there, but he continues with his decision when it comes to the letters. And unfortunately, that meeting too did not see, and then I sat there and I got rot and until things continue. But I could not tell the National Commissioner what to do. That is what you call ruling from the grave.
Okay.
And I don't have a grave at the present moment. You can see me.
Thank you for that, because I was going to ask you, you are from KZN, Minister Mkhwanazi is from KZN, the former Minister of SAPS, he is the current Minister of SAPS. Then this decision that has been taken, because I was going to ask, how do you relate with each other as Minister Mkhwanazi, but you have already talked to that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson. Finish.
Thanks, Chair. Let's start where you have left, General. How is your relationship with Minister Mkhwanazi in all fronts of life?
All fronts, eh?
Yeah.
I've never taken a drink with him. Unfortunately, I don't drink, I don't take alcohol. So, I've seen people on the social media say Cele was drunk when they called people Zinun and all that. So I don't just take alcohol. I don't even dine in wine. I just don't. So,
Honorable Sangoen.
Thank you, Chair. No, I want clarity. So, is it the reason that Minister Cele, when he was minister, would have then gone and taken all the alcohol from the people of South Africa during COVID?
What is your comment on those?
no, I never taken anybody's alcohol. I just removed the crime from the scene. That was not alcohol, that was crime on the scene.
Yeah.
Because if it is sold without license, if it is sold at 4 o'clock when you're supposed to close at 10 and all, that is a crime scene, is no more a tavern. So we remove it from the scene. But let me go back on that one.
Yeah, go back to Honorable Nhlanhla, but look, I can tell you, your knife cuts too deep, yo.
Okay. Honorable Nhlanhla, if I stand here before you and I confess, Mkhwanazi and I, we have been in the same faction, if there is such a thing, politically all life. I've supported him when he was under attack from the previous people, as with premiers, all that. I supported him as we go for secretary, where I was beaten by ACE and all that kind of thing, all that. So politically, we have been on the same side. I just don't know where and when, because even briefing him, the effort came from me. I phoned him 3 times to say, can I come and brief you? It's unlike Mbalula, who phoned me to brief me. Mbalula phoned me to brief me. I phoned my successor to say, can I come and brief you? We took 3 hours. I said, as I opened the door, I said, Lendlelina Meva. This is hard one into police. Pick up the phone, and let's talk when you think we can make a contribution. I've never received a single call since ever that day I held the door handle. Not once. I mean once. And then that relationship where we have been working together on political matters, I don't know what happened to it. But political front, until this saga happened, I think we have been fine. Even socially, when he lost the mother, I visited the homestead, I spoke there. When he visited the father, we were sitting. When he lost the father, we sat there when Msholozi spoke and all that. We have been quite cordial and not very distant. His wife's name is Temberga. My wife's name is Temberga. They call each other Bizo themselves and all that. So I don't think it's a very hostile kind of relationship overall.
Okay. I'm asking this because there is a strong accusation of you doing what you have just said you can't do now, of leading from the grave. And I'm asking this because part of the evidence that was submitted to the Adhoc Committee, I think a bundle 3 of the minister's evidence, had got an article that speaks about you actively participating in the affairs of the SAPS, even though you are no longer the minister, being involved in everything that is happening, insinuating that you may have a role to play in what is happening.
Article written by who?
Beg your pardon?
Article written by who?
I just can't remember the article, but it was attached in bundle 3 of the minister's evidence.
That's a problem, because the minister should have consulted me when he sees that and asked, what is this? But more than anything, it would have better to consult me, because anybody, journalists, they write what they like. And you can't hold me responsible that there is an article written by me, whatever that means, whatever that happens, and all that kind of thing. So, but if I can tell you, I've tried to stay out of the lane. It can't be true again that I don't talk to the police. But mostly it will be at the high level so that I don't have the problem. A few weeks, CIC, there was a clash of students at Edgewood of the student command, EFF and Sansco. Students phoned me. Now, I'm not going to say, yeah. What you do, you pick up the phone, and I phone Deputy Commissioner Makoba. So when it happens, when fire, I'm sure you know fire here, who killed the lady that was a CPF, he was given the bail. She phoned me to say, Minister, I don't know what to do. And I phoned the provincial commission to say, there is this matter, can you look at it? And indeed, I can't say, when people phone and they raise the matter saying, we are under attack, can you help us? So the next thing I will do, I will phone the police. And I don't think that it will be so much of irresponsible for me to say, look, I'm no more the Minister of Police, let those people come and shoot you.
Okay. During your tenure as both the National Commissioner and the Minister, which is before 2011, as the National Commissioner, and the 2 terms you have served as the Minister of Police, have you noticed some deep-seated divisions amongst the top generals of the South African Police Services?
Maybe word deep does not operate. But these are old people having their opinions and all that kind of thing. There will be issues here and there. And then one job of the executing authority is to make sure that your structure functions proper. There would be issues here and there that one thing that I would do, I try by all means, honorable member, to stay above their problems, not to be sept in and become the part of one of them or the group of them. So I'll try. But if the matter is raised, for instance, one matter that was raised very sharply was the exchange between Mkhwanazi and Sibia on the matter of briefing about the arrest of AKA. So I was sent that, I looked at it, and I did speak to both of them that you are all not together, but I also speak to Mkhwanazi, who even apologized to say, Minister, I went overboard and all that. So I would, if I think things are going wayward, and say, that's not the way, guys. We have a target is to work on crime, not against each other.
Okay, so the last date, let's go back to the IMC. The last date of the meeting of the Interministerial Committee was the 6th of September 2023, which is effectively 6-7 months before the 2024 national and provincial elections. So one would assume that the reason of not sitting in the period after December 2023 is that everyone was out preparing for elections. Now, has the end of the 6th term marked the end of the Interministerial Committee?
No, hasn't.
So, even though the 6th administration ended, the existence of the Interministerial Committee continued to the 7th term.
Honorable Member, there is precedence to that.
Yes.
This committee was called and put there by the President in May 2018, which is the tail end of the 5th administration. And the President puts ministries there, not ministers. This was not an inter-ministers committee, it was inter-ministerial committee, which means ministries that come there. And the ministries have incumbents. The first meeting that met there was Tsele for police, Masuta for justice, Tuba Letsatsi for intelligence, and Mapisa Ngagula for defense. So as we go for election, this committee meets. Who meets? Is Tsele, Lamula, and Kodwa, because there was no minister of intelligence at the time. It was Kodwa, deputy in the president. And Mapisa was still there, but later Motise comes. So those people are there. So there is a precedence. And there was no new announcement by the president to say, Nyakubeka njalo. So we continued until this September, and indeed, I agree with you that after September they would be busy. But also, there was then one activity of the committee when the president instructed them to or approach them, especially with that one, with the Minister of Higher Education now, with the problems that was happening at Fort Hare. I can take you through when there was time, what was happening there, but huge, 173 million of that university was misused by that process. And these police, they stopped the misuse of 173 million, that PKTT. And then when they briefed, so one felt that it would be good if they briefed the president. I think they briefed the president on the 7th of March 2024, almost 2 or 3 months now before election. It was still there. President quite impressed with them. I even joked to say they need some award to the way they were doing things. I hope that's not a problem of the award later when the award change seats at some place. But it would be known. Maybe not cutting deep and cutting there. Mine would be simple. Call the Interministerial Committee. If you believe there is no Interministerial Committee, go to the committee that is related to the JCPS cluster, and you are co-chair with Justice. If you don't believe that that's correct, go to the president to give you the way. I hear that after the letter, the president was briefed 2 months after. That is not consultation. It's to tell the president that I've done, you can see what to do. Okay. So for me, that is procedural wrong, but I've heard people saying it's unlawful, it's illegal. I can't say that, but right, no. For me, it was wrong the way it was done.
Yeah, thank you. I was actually coming there on the 7th of March 2024. That the political killings task team meets the president in Durban to take him through over the 430 battle. The president is impressed and urges them to continue the good work they are doing. So the evidence we have received in this committee is that since 2022, the PKTT's existence was irregular. But besides that, 2019, there was a new designed organizational structure of SAPS that excluded the existence of the political killings task team because there was an intended establishment of a new division of murder and robbery and all those things, which was later reconfirmed in 2025. Now, you have got this, that from that period until 2024 in March, the understanding was that this is irregular existence. But the head of state then comes later and say, you're doing a great job, please continue. It gives us a lot of some contradictory reactions in terms of what then becomes the status of the PKTT as things stand.
Chairperson, Chairperson, the structures and the organograms of the police, they are very old. They did not come with this new dispensation. Now I've signed them when I was a National Commission. I guess JQ would have signed them. I guess 5 of us would have signed them. But at no stage where there are no task teams, with all those organograms, there will be forever task team. One famous task team, people coming from this province will remember, was a task team that was dealing with Pagat. That was a task team dealing with Pagat. But others will be done in response of the agency that can't wait to work under the structure, but also give the extra. And there is nothing illegal with that so long it follows the pattern. As it happened, the interministerial happened with the information note signed by then Commissioners Chole and all that kind of stuff. So it doesn't matter how many times you have the organograms, but there will be always some task teams and some operations as they are. I've counted several of them now. The other one that was put there because of the problem was anti-gang unit. Anti-gang unit, it still exists. I hope it has been found, has been put under the structure. It was in Cape Town alone. It has spread now to other places where there are gangs. There is just one connotation I don't like about it, that is a colored unit. That is not. There is a lot of that here in Khayelitsha working there. There are no colors staying in Khayelitsha. So is an anti-gang unit which was launched by the president, but its existence might be found on the way by the structure and put on the structure and comes after the big umbrella that is called as a visible policing under the component. There is a component that will be called ORS, and that component will fall under the visible policing and all that. Other one that was put as a special was TROT. We did not fix the organogram. TROT had to respond to the crime of cash heist and all that there and then, which really was reduced. So that 2019, I really wish if ceased to exist, what was the process, what was the document? On the 6th of September 2023, we are communicating the decisions taken on the 5th of September 2023 by the interministerial, where the last resolution from one of the members says this team must continue. I haven't seen and heard where people come together and say this team cannot continue.
Okay. Thanks, General. I'm sure you are better experienced to respond on this part of the organogram and stuff, because you have both been the National Commissioner and the Minister. Do task teams necessarily get to be part of an organizational organogram?
Task teams are temporal.
It's not divisions.
No, not divisions. They are not units. They are temporal. They are issue bound. They are both time bound and issue bound. Like this page, you go there. Initially, it was 4 months, but if you finish your mission in 3 months, definitely it will cease to exist. But also, if you go beyond 4 months or 6 months that is given, and that problem has not been resolved, you are not going to pack and go home and we say, you can kill yourself now, our time is finished. So they find the way of extending it. So they are both time-bound and issue or stroke mission-bound, the task teams.
Okay. As the inaugural chairperson of the IMC that established the PKTT, you say on the 5th of September, you have taken, September 2023, the IMC has taken a decision to extend the existence of the PKTT. Now, it brings us back to the argument we have been having as the committee with witnesses from the beginning of the Adhoc Committee. Who has the power to extend the PKTT existence or term of office? Who, given the context of the manner in which it was formulated, starting the president, IMC, PKTT, and all that process, who then has the power to de-establish the PKTT that was established by the IMC, and IMC that was established by the president, who then has got that power of extending one and also de-establishing?
Let's look how is it established. The president makes an announcement in Maritzburg and comes to Parliament about the formation of the interministerial. And these ministers goes to KZN, get briefed by a provincial team that has been existing there by 3 generals and brigadiers, Chiliza, Makashalala, and the head of intelligence. You realize that there is zero work here. and then you give the report back to the president to say, Mr. President, we'll have to find the way. Let's get, or maybe one thing that I can say, Chair, there is a problem in the police of working of the local police on matters. Hence, most of the communities, they're making the call to say, we must exchange the police all the time because they get consumed on the local issues. And so that was detected in that team that they've become some part of the problems. Hence, dismantle it, 8 of them kept, and then invite more others. But as they come, are not called by the ministers. The minister called their DGs. There was a list, there was a big meeting of DGs, and this DG brings this DG brings this. The South African Police DG, by the way, National Commission is a DG. The DG of the South African Police goes and he says to his people works with, develop here the note so that I can be able to sign. And then it's developed by the provincial commissioner and all other commissioners up to the deputy, who is Masimula and Stole, they sign. But it's not only them that they go there, they go back with six prosecutors that they work with them. It's not only them that they go there, they go with provincial and national head of correctional service so that they can implement what is supposed to happen in the court. They go there with the DG of justice so that they work on the special courts. So indeed, IMC would have said, DGs, do we have the job or not here? They say we don't have the job. And what is your recommendation? Is that dissolve the thing and then come to the interministerial, and then interministerial goes back to the president. As it went down, that's the same way that you have to come up or vice versa. But nobody, let me tell you, there is no minister of police there. There is a chair of the interministerial. You are there because you are a chair. There are ministerial things that are done by the minister alone, like the border in Mozambique. But this is interministerial. Interministerial, as you have seen these meetings, interministerial would say, you go and communicate. So nobody could have communicated having not mandated but the interministerial.
Okay. The Adhoc Committee received evidence that at the heart of the decision for de-establishment is the fact that the PKT is now becoming expensive but less effective, which forms the center or the heart of driving towards the decision of de-establishment. Now, you are disputing that and making an example of 2 projects you think that are most expensive than the PKTT. You speak about Project Thunder, you speak about Project Lockdown and that. So are there still task teams or projects within the service that you are aware of that are still in existence and expensive more than what we're discussing now?
One of the most expensive is Operation Valumkoti. Operation Valumkoti, we put a lot of money on it. Well, the source, I did explain that it comes from Kara. But honorable member, I will not sit here and deny that there was question of money or cost that was in there. This is not the cost of the party or dancing. It's the cost dealing with the human lives. This committee is sent to investigate, stop and arrest those that have done that, and deal with unresolved cases which means you go and stabilize. That is the mandate. Your measurement is that one councillor has died, so the area is stabilized. I'm saying until late, all councillors of Nongoma were sleeping at all political parties without fail, all. EFF, ANC, NFP, everyone, everybody. They were sleeping at some hotel somewhere in Richards Bay. They've come back now. I'm told that they've come back because of the arrest of Zinkabi and the people that have funded them, which means there is this resemblance of stability at Nongoma. But I say to you, the councillors at Teguin, I don't know other places, especially the ward councillors, are guarded. You know, one dangerous thing in the politics of councillors, honourable members, is to be a councillor on the safe ward of that particular part, because they know if they kill you, whoever kills you will come in. It's not much a problem with PR. The problem is with ward councillors. I'm saying big. The number I don't know, but not less than 50. So you are not going to call me that is stability. You must go and remove those conditions that make those councillors to be guarded. And then you talk about stability. Because that's the second. The third one, we're going for elections. The history does tell us that local government election, there is a flare-up. Always a flare-up. You can see the statistics. You can go and look at the statistics. It's a flare-up. Then it cannot be going towards that and you say you remove. But the last point, please, use the path you came to go back. The path are those 3 steps that have happened. Deal with those paths and then reach your final stage.
In the 31st December 2024 letter, amongst the central reasons that which has led to a establishment of the PKTT is that the assessment made is that it's no longer adding value to the policing in South Africa. Now, as a person who presided over the affairs of the political killings task team from 2018 to 2024, what value would you attach to the PKTT in respect to the crime-fighting efforts against political-related killings?
To start with, who did the assessment that it has no value?
The letter of the minister says it adds no value.
And the attachment, the annexure?
There is an annexure that speaks about dockets, some are in court, some there were
by
convictions, the PKTT. But I'm talking about, these are 2 different periods. The period that led to the letter is from July 2024 to December 2024. So I'm talking about a person who has got a long spending with the PKTT from 2018 to 2024. Then, in your experience with having presided over the affairs of the PKTT, what value would you attach yourself to the work that the PKTT has done?
There is only one source that I know has a problem with PKTT. It's Aunt Mary. That's the only source I know. But if you ask me about...
So when you say Anne Mary, you refer to Professor Mary Tihas?
Mary Tihas.
Okay.
When it comes to the PKTT, I don't have figures, honorable member, of the people that have been arrested. With the high-profile cases that we have lived with without being resolved. There is another myth to say they are pursuing cases that are not political. You see the World Office in Kabi, hitmen, they go across the board. They don't only hit politicians alone. They are hired to kill on the taxi world. So if the PKTT finds a person that kills a politician at Nongoma, called Taminyembe as a councillor, and they realize that this Ntuli has killed other tax people and they are 6, they will pursue that. They are not going to say stop, don't check now because the next people they shot is not a politician. They'll pursue, which helps that we are eating on the world of Izingabi coming from this angle of political violence. So without really going detailed and giving you statistics, those are there. Maybe we will invite the people to give you statistics. For me, it was one of the biggest good decision that this team was formed. They did not let anybody down. They did the good job. And I believe that even they're taken to other places now, it comes out of their job. And this thing that I heard somebody in Mafeking coming at these Zulus, what are they doing, these Zulus here? Let me tell you one thing. South African police jurisdiction, because it looks like there is an issue with this going to Gauteng. South African police service jurisdiction is South Africa. It's not province. Jurisdiction is South Africa. The minister only signs when they leave the country. But when they move to the next province, that's the jurisdiction of the South African Police Service. If they do it in Gauteng, they're at home. If they do it in Galashiwa, they're at home. So for me, they cannot be accused for things that are not breaking the law. PKTT, nothing wrong if assessed, but I haven't seen any assessment. And people that have assessed and they said that is needed, they must go back and assess and give the report back to somebody who says, you go and fix it. Otherwise, for me, it's done the good job, and I guess their job is not done.
Thank you.
Honorable Sangwen.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I just want a question of clarity on the response that the General just gave. General, I understand you saying that the jurisdiction is South Africa, but when you are a provincial commissioner such as General Mkhwanazi, is there any authorization or anything that is required for you to go into different territory? There was within another province, go to Gauteng. There was a testimony that was put here, I think it may have been by the minister, who seemed, I don't want to put words in his mouth, let's say perplexed, that, you would have law enforcement officers sent from KwaZulu-Natal to operate in Gauteng. I'm not talking about the G-Ops or whatever that thing is called, but is there anything wrong or any additional authorization that is required for General Mkhwanazi's officers to operate in another province such as Gauteng? Or they can just go because their jurisdiction is South Africa? Thanks.
I think at that level, the National Commission will have to know. But nothing legal that stops them going to do that. I have been in places where there are provincial commissioners visiting and doing the work and all that, awards and all. So, but National Commissioner will have to have something to know about it. The other that people they raise, the problem is that those police that come from other places for operation, they must report it to the station commanders. Not always, because it could happen that the station commander is a problem. You report it to the station commander goes and tells these guys that, look, not today. So it will be fine. If they jet in, they deal with that. What I would argue is that they can go then and report that we had operation here. Because is a fact. We have a lot of local police having a problem in working with wrongful people in that particular area. But the answer is no. There is no breaking law on that one, but follow procedures. Report.
Okay. Now let's go to Beverly Hills. It's after you are no longer the Minister of Police then. He requests you to help him mitigate what he says it's the infighting of SAPS generals that want to use him and drag him in between. But was it not your concern that you are also being dragged to it to mitigate a possible tension or conflict which arises from whatever it is within officials of SAPS, particularly given a background of allegations of you attempting to lead from the grave? Was it not concerning you?
Well, it is a concern that I'm drawn in. But more of my concern and what will really have made me feel bad all the time, should anything bad happens to Khumalo, when I knew that it could happen and it could be helped. So that was my main take here, that Khumalo could not have been allowed to go to the doctor.
Okay. The evidence received by Adhoc Committee suggests that before December 2024, the minister would have indicated that he would have indicated the intentions of terminating Mr. Matala's contract with SAPS. Now, you meet him in December 2024. Did he ever suggest that you must go and put a good word for him so that his contract is not terminated?
When did the minister make the suggestion?
It's before December 2024 because the preliminary report, the National Commissioner says they submitted in January 2025. So the intention communicated to the high officials of SAPS by the minister intending to terminate is way before December. So did he, so when you met Matala, this is what I'm trying to show you. When you met Mr. Matala
for the first time, he already had problems of his contract facing some termination. So did he ever request you to put a good word for him so that his contract is not terminated? No, it didn't. But I think it will have to be checked when that discussion took place. But there was nothing on the air about the termination when I met Matala for the first time in Durban.
Okay. So, when did you gain access to his penthouse?
And towards the end of January.
So you have known him for less than a month or a month?
A month, yes.
Did it not concern you that someone, a stranger, offers you to live at his place freely? There is no relationship, there is no association, there is completely nothing. You only met once or twice, then there is this hospitality towards you, given these problems that he has presented before you, given your experience in the police service. Was there no concern that what might be at stakes here, that I'm given this hospitality by a stranger? Was a person you have known for a month. It's probably a stranger where you don't know much about that person. So did it not raise some discomfort and some concerns that you are really offered this hospitality by a stranger?
No, I took it. I took it. I'm not in government, so if I'm in Pretoria, I pay my money. There is a hotel that I spent. Here I'm in Pretoria and I'm not paying, and I took it. And if I were in government, I would have gone and declared, but I declare to nobody now.
Okay, that's fine. So your evidence is that General Shadrach Sibiya presided over a ploy to oust General Khumalo, to an extent of going to write himself as General Spear an affidavit on behalf of someone else to allege the involvement of General General Khumalo in wrongdoing, which I think it has got its own legalities that as well. General Mkhwanazi came to the Adhoc Committee and presented to us that the arrest of General Spear is a project, is a well-coordinated project to specifically stop investigations.
The arrest of General who?
General Khumalo.
Okay.
To specifically stop investigations in Gauteng that are involving criminal syndicates and drug cartels. So would you say the actions by General Spear of going to an extent of ensuring that he himself writes the affidavit are actually part of what General Mkhwanazi calls a project to oust General Khumalo?
Well, my understanding of the problem of the PTK, or PKTT, comes from Professor. Yes. So the other one that comes with General Mkhwanazi and them is on the other side. I have no information of it, so I can't deny or agree on it. But it would be interesting to me why General Spear would want Khumalo out of the circulation. I'm even tempted sometimes to say maybe that end of cartels, Auntie Mary knows it. They link that I'll do it on the academic side and you do it on the criminal side. So sometimes I suspect, but I didn't have that evidence, except that in talking with Kat, did say that Spear sometimes runs with the people that are doing drugs. So I was not taken aback when Mkhwanazi says so, but I did not have evidence that does happen.
Okay. You say in your witness statement, you did not even know that Mr. Nhlanhla has got a project in SAPS. And the project was signed and granted to Mr. Nhlanhla during your tenure as the minister. Now, General Mkhwanazi attested here, or testified here and said, a project that is of the value of 10 million and above, the minister must sign.
Mkhwanazi?
Yes.
Which blonde?
I don't know where it does get it, but that is the evidence that he adduced here in the Adhoc Committee. So it would automatically, if correct, or it would automatically mean that if that's the case, then the minister was Mr. Begikele, who would have signed the contract, because the contract value starts from 10 million and above.
I'm unlucky of knowing both the worlds. I stayed in the police as a minister for 6 years. I've never signed any contract. 6 years. I never signed any contract. I never knew that who runs the contract and all it. Even those contracts, for instance, one major problem I once faced in the police was the question of laboratories. When everything came to a standstill, I spent all my life going to laboratories with the National Commissioner, with those people who work there, and telling that these contracts, 16 of them that made the laboratories not to work, I would sign, but Commissioner, when are you signing this? And nothing comes to minister to sign. Maybe it's one statement that the Commission will withdraw, because no minister signs that.
Yeah, part of what becomes a responsibility of the Adhoc Committee, based on the basis of being an Adhoc Committee to investigate this, but beyond that, based on being a structure of Parliament that is obligated to make laws. You are raising a lot of frustrations in your experience with SAPS with bail, which is in Section 35 of the Constitution. And amongst of the responsibilities that we have here is to check if there are systematic gaps as a legislative arm of government that we can learn from in this process and make necessary amends. So are there any propositions the General wants to leave the Adhoc Committee with in respect of Section 35, who grants every accused person bail? How do you think a legislative arm that is empowered to make laws must navigate through that to assist the police service to attend to bail-related issues?
Just to remind both of you that it's 5 minutes left.
No problem, Chair. Well, are there any propositions, General?
Chair, I'm told that the laws are there. I have heard of Section 6, Section 5, member Bregenberg is gone, but there are lawyers here. I'm told that with the schedule, is it 5 or 6, you can't repeat the same thing and be given the bail. So, can people implement the laws of the country that are there to stop the crime? And if it needs to be, enhance them, because I can assure you, with bail supplied like we are a Father Christmas, criminals, they go all the way to repeat exactly what they've been arrested for. And the police, there are police that are shot and killed by the people that are on bail. We bury them. So I would say if there is, but work with these laws maximally, but enhance them if you can, to make sure that life is difficult for those that break the law.
Okay, thank you. The people of South Africa said, I must tell you that they have forgiven you for destroying their alcohol and for calling them a no-no. Thank you very much, Chair.
Can I get indication? Who is starting? Honorable Nomvalo.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening.
Chairperson, can I request that Honorable Nomvala is behind the head of Mkhwanazi, so I can't
obstructing.
I can't see him.
Yeah. Good evening, General.
It's up until 10 minutes past 7. Your time expires.
Noted, Chair. Sabona, General.
Sabona, Honorable Member.
You have made, there's a statement that you have made today before this ad hoc committee, which left me with many concerns. You said that you made an assumption that there might be an attempt to arrest you because you do not support a particular perspective towards the National Conference of the ANC. You said there is an individual that you don't support for being a deputy president or the president of the ANC. Now, should we be worried, General, as citizens and as members of Parliament, that state institutions are weaponized to settle political scores, and in particular towards ANC conferences? I'm not saying this because I'm offensive or I'm obsessed with the ANC, but you have mentioned the name of the ANC, hence I'm making a reference to it. Should we be worried that state institutions get weaponized to settle political scores towards ANC conferences?
Chairperson, I have no evidence that this person was talking the truth, but he did talk about it. But my worry would be why that statement from Pandey would be sent to this person. That gives some kind of weight that these things might happen. So if it is so that the state apparatus are utilized to settle political score, that is a danger that should be really dealt with and make sure that is eradicated. It cannot be.
Yeah, maybe let me put it like this, General, because the fortunate part here is that I'm not talking to a person with no experience of how the justice cluster operates. We have massive experience. You've been a national commissioner, a minister, and so on and so forth. Do you have experience of state apparatus being misused to fight political battles? During your term, have you ever experienced that?
No.
We have never experienced.
No.
Now, what inspires an assumption that it can happen against you? From what angle are you drawing that inference? If it has never happened, if you have no experience of it?
Well, nothing inspires me except that it was said so. The question, is it truth or not? But the said, I'm going to arrest Umganwako on this statement, and indeed this statement is sent to that person. So it comes from there. It does not come from there. So nothing that inspires me to believe that way is because of the statement. Whether the statement is true or not, then is another case, but the statement is said to me.
So the ANC is going to its national conference, I think in 2026, right? 2027. So we should not have any concern that state institution, or there is a high possibility of weaponizing state institutions to settle political scores. So we must allay our fears. That is impossible based on the experience that you have.
No.
Can you give that assurance to the committee?
The experiences are time bound. I'm not going to give you the assurance about the time that I won't be there. I can give you the assurance about the time that I've been there. Okay. So in future, I wouldn't say no. But previously, I would say it did not happen.
It has never happened.
I'm not sure about never, but it has not happened that I know of as I was there.
No, but you were in a position to see it if it happened, when it happened.
Not at all.
Because you were a minister, you were a national commissioner. So you can easily detect when such is prevalent.
I told you, I don't know if you were here, honorable members, that I was taped I was a national commissioner, what I was taped from December until March. I didn't know. It was illegally done until one member of the counterintelligence came to report that such thing happened. So I would not guarantee that I will know everything, including those that touch me. As I'm saying to you, I didn't know that I was taped by the people that I work with. So it's not guaranteed that I will know everything.
You have a meeting with Nhlanhla for the first time. You don't know him. He is introduced to you by this guy, and he tells you his problems. And he asks for your interventions. And you acted as per his request. Am I putting it correctly?
Yes.
Yeah. And then he tells you that they are trying to persuade him to lie under oath against Khumalo. As a national commissioner, you know that lying under oath is perjury. It's a criminal offense.
Yes.
You know, General. Now, it means this guy, Sibia, was attempting to commit a criminal offense. Am I correct? Had he succeeded in his attempts to influence Matlala to lie about the jewelry that was stolen by the police, he would have committed an offense. In fact, both of them, because Matlala would have signed the affidavit under the influence of Sibia. So that will be perjury. Had Sibia succeeded.
If that is true, happened that way, I would concur, I would agree with you.
Don't you think, General, that you became irresponsible and reckless by making an intervention on a matter that required the police to act? Because my view, if you can ask me to advise you after getting that instruction or that request, I would say tell Matlala to report the matter to the police so that the police can investigate. And indirectly, by your intervention, you helped Sibia to escape, because had you allowed Sibia to do whatever he wanted to do and trap him, maybe he will be behind bars today for trying to break the law. So you made a political intervention in a legal matter which required an investigation by the police. Don't you think you were a bit irresponsible and reckless?
Two things on my mind, and I've mentioned it before, honorable member, that I could not have allowed Khumalo to be made a scapegoat. Second thing, I did say to Matlala must go and speak to Khumalo. You say I should have told him to go and speak to the police. I did tell him to go and speak to Khumalo. What I've said here, I don't know if they did speak, but I did tell him to go and speak to Khumalo. Khumalo is a police, by the way.
Yeah, no, I'm saying to report a matter. Remember, it involved Khumalo.
But Khumalo,
I'm saying, General, to advise him to report or to open a case so that the police can investigate. When you tell Khumalo, it involved him. So he couldn't open a case. To say, Matlala, as a former minister of police and as a former national commissioner, I know the law. I think this is the best way we can approach it. Now, you invited your participation, unnecessarily so, by making political interventions in a matter that required the attention of the police. Today, if what you are saying is anything to go by, we are sitting with a person who has not been punished for attempting to commit a criminal offense, Sibia. He has never accounted for what he attempted to do because of your political intervention that you did. What is your comment on that?
My comment is the same answer, that I did tell Matlala to go and speak to Khumalo. Khumalo is a police. So Khumalo had advice, but I did advise. I didn't say that he must go and speak to the magistrate who. I said go and speak to Khumalo, who is the police. And Khumalo would have then synthesized what to do with that information. But my advice was speak to Khumalo, who happens to be police, a very senior police.
Now, General, after having this meeting with Matlala, the meeting was in December, right? Am I correct? The first meeting?
Yeah, was in December.
It was in December. Then in January, Matlala offers accommodation to you. Between that meeting in January, were you communicating with Matlala, either telephonically or physically? have you ever met between the first meeting and the date on which you slept in his apartment?
Yes, we were communicating, but the communication was coming from Mabonga. These snapshots, or whatever shots, were coming to me from Mabonga that this what has been sent either by the minister or Mkhwanazi. I guess most will come from Mkhwanazi. And that the one that will make me even communicate further is the one that I know of Pandey, where I realize that this thing is getting escalated to the level that I need to sit down and discuss it.
So during that period, you were talking about the same matter that he introduced.
It would
to
be
you.
that matter and other matters. For instance, the other matter would have been the Sbiya and minister having to deal with somebody that has sent somebody to prison now is a good time. Somebody going to the KZN, those would be short snaps that would be sent. That is a communication. Which communication that needs to deal with Khumalo, especially Khumalo and Mkhwanazi. So the explanation and the discussion will be around understanding further on those matters.
So when you get there on the date where you were offered accommodation, who do you find there? Was Nhlanhla there in the apartment, or he sent somebody?
It was Mabonga.
It was on the date where you were given accommodation to sleep. So Nhlanhla gave an instruction telephonically that they should let you in, correct?
Telephonical to who?
No, I'm asking General. I'm not making a statement. That is why I'm saying correct. I want you to correct me, to give me the correct version.
Now I want to know, he gave instruction to who? To me or to the hotel?
To the hotel.
No, I think he sent something, he wrote something.
To the hotel?
To the management, yes.
To the management.
Yeah.
So you didn't see what he wrote to them, the content of the
message?
message?
It was read here.
Yes.
It's the one that says,
because you,
is my friend and
your,
the business partner, if we could give them the access.
Okay. So you sleep there, and then after sleeping, you slept for 2 days, right?
Yes.
And then you never met him. You left having not met him.
On that particular
during
day?
That particular period?
No, we met because the issue was to speak about these new things, to expand on it. That's why I slept there, because we had a meeting to further explain about these shots that were sent to him.
Yeah. You said, General, the statement that you have made was suggestive of a person who is remorseful for having met Nhlanhla. You said you wish that's what you said. I think you have put it in Zulu. You said you wish
that comes late when I know who he is.
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
But initially, when he has not been arrested, when he has all these things, a normal person, no, I don't regret the time. But it was information as we go on to say, it does look like I met a wrong person.
So you meet this person, General, for the first time. He gives you a delicate instruction which involves operations in the police. After that, he offers you accommodation. But still, you don't make a research of who this person is and what are his intentions. So you just...
What information, delicate information? The information is about me.
No, not about you, General. You said this person told you about many things, that is being used, that there's influence, that he must write an affidavit and lie about Khumalo. That is delicate. That is sensitive.
No, that is first meeting.
Yes,
remember, yes.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying you meet this person. He offers you accommodation. You don't make a research.
He didn't offer me the accommodation.
Not on the same day, General. I'm saying on the next occasion in January, you met for the first time in December, he offers you accommodation in January, correct? I'm asking, you don't even bother to make a research of who this person is and what intentions does he has.
Research for what?
To know the person.
Because it's giving me the accommodation.
So it's enough for you, General.
I'm happy to get the accommodation. So I'm in Pretoria, I'm not going to pay.
Yeah, General, I know it's easy to downplay it, but it's more complex. It's more complex than that. So for you, it's easy to meet up with a person for the first time. He discusses sensitive things with you. You don't know that person. You don't ask where he comes from. You don't even bother to drill down his history and his standing in society. You just take instructions and implement them. Because where I'm worried the most here, General, that you are a police officer, even though you're retired. But the skill is still there of a police officer. Now, are you easily accessible like that? That you can just meet a person, take instructions, he offers you accommodation, still you don't bother to drill down the history of this person, their credibility in society, and their standing. Are you easily accessible like that?
Don't mix things. I meet this guy. It gives me information. My worry is Khumalo. So I work on that. But then continues to let me to know things that would be about Khumalo and about me this time. That warrants me knowing the meeting, knowing the issue of me getting involved. Then I go to Pretoria to talk especially about things that are said by me to be arrested. What is that? Can you explain? So I'm in Pretoria. Then I realize that is got the place, instead of paying and sleeping, I'm offered on this one. So I just do that. It has been the journey from December until January, end of January. I did not see this guy and went to sleep on that thing. And the information that's given to me is information that I use to stop whatever could have to Khumalo, but it moved beyond Khumalo. It came to me to say, by the way, you are not spared yourself in this process.
Yeah, no, General, I think you are not. I'm saying exactly. The sequence of events that we have outlined is exactly what I was saying. And I said to you, where I get worried the most is when you take instructions from a stranger, being a former national commissioner, being a former minister of police, and implement those instructions, because you implemented the request of Nhlanhla. He asked you to intervene and you intervened. And you implemented the instructions of Nhlanhla without even verifying the credibility of Nhlanhla. You relied on a version of one person, of Nhlanhla. That is what I'm saying. Before we even go to January, when you went to his accommodation.
Chairperson, maybe I'm not understanding. I'm not making you understand well. The angle for me has got nothing to do with the comfort of Nhlanhla. The angle for me here is that Khumalo is in danger of being lured and made to go to court, not for genuine reason, but to make sure that they grind him. And all. So there where I come from the angle of Khumalo. If Nhlanhla benefits for that, good luck for him. But I did not go there and work things on Nhlanhla. I went there, hence I spoke to Khumalo, and I spoke to Nhlanhla to speak to Khumalo, so that Khumalo is not put in this problem of going genuinely to court and only to find that he's going to court to be looted and taken on the other side. So my angle is a safety and protection of Khumalo, Honorable Member.
Yeah, but General, had Nhlanhla not approached you, you were not going to go to Khumalo. You went to Khumalo because Nhlanhla asked you to do so.
He didn't ask me to go to Khumalo. He told me about the issues that are going to happen. And then I say it will be better if speak to Khumalo and then this thing doesn't go to court, because it's not a question of going to court, it's a question of Khumalo being sold out.
Okay. When President Zuma was the president of South Africa, when you were the national commissioner, did you...
Honorable Malema.
No, let me understand this. So, Mabonga calls you minister, and then you find Nhlanhla, and then Nhlanhla gives you information about Khumalo. Then you say to Nhlanhla, you have to talk to Khumalo about this information, which is potentially going to damage him or destroy him. Did you, out of that conversation, did you go and talk to Khumalo also, that I came across this kind of information?
I did speak to Khumalo.
So you called a meeting and met Khumalo?
Khumalo and I, we met, two of us.
Yes.
Yes. And
out of that information of Nhlanhla?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
Can I proceed, Chair? General, when President Zuma was the president of South Africa, you were the national commissioner, right? Did you have access to him, even outside your working hours?
Yes, I did.
Now, you are saying Balula and the former minister, Natim Tetwa, may his soul rest in peace, came to you to give you an instruction which you never agreed with, that you must get rid of Tau. And you did not implement that. You took Tau from one position to another.
Shabalala.
And they said, Shabalala, and they said to you, they are acting on President Zuma's instructions. Did you approach President Zuma about that? Did you tell him that Deputy Minister Mbalula and Minister Natim Tetwa have approached me? They are saying this is an instruction we have given them, and they are saying I must implement it. And these are my reservations about what you are saying, if you said it. Did you make that attempt?
No, I did not approach President Zuma. After I've been approached and told by the ministry, both the minister and the deputy, I really realized that it was serious, but I realized that it was wrong, could not be implemented.
Chair, I don't know if Honorable Skosana wants to speak. His hand is up. So, you acted on a hearsay because at the end of the day, you implemented the instruction, but not as is. You did something else. So you acted on a hearsay.
What is a hearsay?
A hearsay is being told that so and so said this.
Told by who?
By the person who came to you.
Who is that person?
You say Mbalula came to you, Natim Tetwa came to you. They said,
what is their position?
They are minister, deputy minister.
Deputy minister. There is no hearsay from the minister and deputy.
But you will have to lower your temperature down, General.
Like yours too.
Yeah, no, it's not up.
Both of us.
No, it's not up. You will have to lower it down. Anger is not going to help.
It goes up.
No.
It goes down. Goes down.
Anger is not going to help any of us. Yeah.
General Nhlanhla, we welcome you here as our guest. Honorable Nomvalo, we have a duty to be hospitable to our guests. So what South Africans want to see between us and our guests is a conducive environment that helps us to resolve the problems that we have. At all times, let's try to avoid altercations between Parliament and the guests that we have invited here. If you can calm your nerves and continue, especially that you come from one province, show us the way. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so Minister, General, you acted on what you were told is an instruction by Mbalula and Nathi Mthethwa. You acted on the basis that you were told that it's Zuma's instruction, and you never verified if indeed President Zuma said that.
It would be good if you give the titles to Mbalula and Mthethwa.
Yes, Minister Mbalula and Deputy Minister Mbalula and Minister Mthethwa.
Yes.
Yes.
Not just Mbalula or Mthethwa somewhere.
Yes, I've corrected it.
Is a Minister Mthethwa, Minister of Police.
Yes.
And there's Deputy Minister of Police. They are speaking to the DG of the department that they are sent by the President. Well, for me, that will be enough to believe that those people can come with a hearsay, both of them at the same time. So indeed, as my ministers, and I'm their DG, I had to listen to that.
Okay. If I can summarize to you the reasons for the decision of the minister, the suspended Minister of Police, Minister Senzo Mchunu, for disbanding the political killings task team. The first reason is that A, he had constitutional powers to do so. That is his version. B, he had budgetary concerns. C, he received a number of complaints from members of the public. D, which is the last one, there was a work study which introduced a new organogram, which was signed by the commissioner, by the national commissioner, this year in May. Now, let's go to the third concern of of complaints from members of the public. During your time as a minister, did you ever receive any complaint from members of the public?
Yes.
Can you disclose the nature of complaints? Can I give you one of the complaints that he highlighted before this committee? He highlighted two complaints. The one has been deliberated on. A complaint from Mary Haas and a complaint from Patricia Mashale. Now, for Patricia Mashale, he attached Facebook post by Patricia Mashale, in which Patricia Mashale was making accusations about the abuse of money in the secret account of crime intelligence. He was accusing many people, accusing Kumalo, General Kumalo, accusing General Masemula. Did you ever receive a complaint of that nature?
No, I have not. But if I had, I would take that information to the IGI for verification. I would not just take it from the Facebook. To start with, Marshall has got nothing to do in understanding and knowing the things of, is doing a criminal activity herself. That he gets that information. But from my side, I would have gone to the IGI rather than taken that from the face value. And there's been the IGI here. On other matters you have raised, Honorable Member, you raised that it was within his constitution. I'm not a constitutional lawyer.
No, I'm sorry for interjecting you. I want us to deal with one reason, and then we'll go to the other when we're done with this one. Can you share the nature of complaints that you received? Because you said you also received some complaints.
But Chair, the Honorable Member raises 4. points, but he wants me to deal with one, when he raised them simultaneously. Can he raise them one and I respond one? If he raises 4, I'll respond to 4. Simple.
Yes, General. No,
Yes.
we will go to others, don't worry. For now, we are dealing with complaints from the members of the public. I want us to deal with that aspect adequately. Then from that one, we will go to others. I'm not going to deny you an opportunity to give an explanation. With regards to complaints from members of the public, did you ever receive, can you share the nature? Because I want to identify if there are any similarities between the complaints that he received and the complaints that you received.
Okay, I'll do that. But Chair, that was not the first point. The first point is that it was within his constitution. So I don't know whether to start where you started or I start second.
Chair, may you assist me? I'm saying to the General, I was making a summary of the grounds for the minister to disband. And then I made a request to him that let's first deal with one aspect of the grounds of the minister. We will go to others. We will go to the constitutionality, to the work study. But I want us to finish this one first, then we move to others. General, we will go to the constitutionality, don't worry. Can I repeat the question?
No.
Or you got it?
I heard it very well.
Okay.
I have received the complaints from the members of the community. One was that the police have not acted as the case has been reported to them. They can see that a person that has committed the crime is still roaming around. So they will phone and say, police are not arresting the particular person that is suspected to be. That is one of the complaints which I have received from the members of public.
Okay. Then let's move to another one. We will attend to all of them, General. Another one is that there was a work study which was established in 2019, if my memory serves me well, and later signed by General Masop Semula in 2025, this year, May. Now, this is the logic of the minister. The minister says the work study made the PKTT to cease to exist because of its scope of framework. It had a unit which was a permanent structure which was dealing with murder and robbery. So that unit, by its nature and design, nullified the PKTT because had they coexisted, there was going to be a duplication of responsibilities and tasks. Does that make sense to you? I'm asking based on your experience, and I think you can enlighten us more.
You say that is logic. That is illogical logic. Not a logic. Task teams are done outside the structure. Task team, honorable member, are done outside the structure. They are issue-based. And usually they are directed by two things. They are directed by time frame and the accomplishment of that particular thing that has happened. There are many, I don't have long list of task teams. I can mention few I remember. One of them is this one that we talk about, the famous one. The other one is a taxi violence task team. I'm sure you've heard of it. The other one will be task team deal with nicotines. There's task team dealing with illegal. If there is a long list, while all these are not put under the structure that is created all the time, all the history created when there is an issue to be dealt with, finish it and go home, based on two things, time and accomplishment. So I would say this logic is illogical.
Okay. Let's move to a third reason. The minister said he had budgetary concerns. Did you share the same sentiments when you were still there as a minister? Did you ever have any budgetary concern regarding the finances of the PKTT?
No doubt that the budgetary concerns were not there. They are always there, with other several task teams and projects. I have said here, the most expensive one is Operation Valumkot. Police alone on that one were budgeted 1.2 billion. That money came from Kara. I've explained what Kara is. The other one is Operation Mkotwemvubu, up there. The other one is this one. The other one is a Western Cape one, Operation Thunder, which ended up as an Operation Lockdown. So they are all expensive, and indeed it would have helped if there is any cheaper way. But they are also measured with life and loss of life. Their mission is to stop people dying and create the stability. Indeed, they pay money for that. At no time, personally, I hope you'll support me on that, that will begin to measure the cost vis-a-vis the loss of life.
Okay, now let's move to the last one, General, the one that you have been yearning for, of the Constitution. But I want to put it this way, General. In your view, is establishing and disbanding a task team a policing policy issue or an operational issue, in your understanding? I'm trying to simplify it, General, so that you don't accuse me of asking you questions which require a response of an expert. In your understanding, based on the experience that you have.
Is the same question or same roundup on the constitutional matter?
It's the same question, but put in a different way.
Okay. Can I ask the portion of constitution?
Yes, you can.
Well, I'm not a constitutional court, so
yeah.
I would not know if the matter is constitutional or not constitutional. That needs to be tested, and there are mechanisms of testing that. It can't just be me, and I guess it can't just be you to say is your constitutional, unless you are advised, legal and constitutional, so to say, here is an advice in my hand. It would have been good for the minister to say, I disband it because I've been constitutionally advised, and here is a constitutional advice to me. So I would not argue things that I do not know, and most of us, we don't know, including the minister on the constitutionality of the matter.
Honorable Sangoni.
Sorry, Chair, I just wanted to get your attention, but maybe when the General finishes, I just wanted to get clarity on that.
The second one, Honorable Member, if this is a policy matter, this is a matter called by the President to the ministers. And the ministers call on their operators, which are DGs and all that. So it's both. So if anybody needs to take decision about it, he needs to walk all the path of both policy and operations, since it was taken that way. I have said the way that we have come down, let's use it to go up. It cannot be that is taken by president, to ministers, to DGs, to the team. And when the team goes, you just go to one place and you say, here it is. That would be wrong. What I would not argue here, I would not say is illegal or unlawful. Those that are better placed to say so, they will. But for me, it's unprocedural and wrong.
Okay, when the PKTT was established, okay, no, you can come in.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, you can rule me out of order because maybe I'm not seeking clarity. I'm saying you rule me out of order if I am, because now that I think about it, maybe I'm not seeking clarity, I'm following up. But I was going to ask on the question that Honorable Nomvalo asked about policy versus operational matters. The General went to a great deal of length to explain why the minister should have consulted IMC or JCPS cluster. Now, if he were minister, would he, if he wanted to close the PKTT, could he have, by consulting IMC and JCPS, or even seeking permission for the president, does he think it would have been in his authority to do that? Thanks, Chair.
General, what steps would you have followed if you wanted to dissolve the PKTT?
Let me start with the contradiction. If I'm not mistaken, the statement has been made that since 2022 there was no interministerial. I think I have heard that. If there is no interministerial, then there is no chair. What authority do you have to dismantle things that don't exist as you argue? That's the first one. But on this one, this structure is not done by one department, which you are member of it. Basically, there were 4 core departments. Others would come. I remember that Home Affairs would come, attend, and all that kind of stuff. But there were 4 that were core. That was Justice, which was together with the Correctional Service. I know now they are splitted, which means now we would call both Justice and Correctional Service. Secondly was Defense. Then was the State Security. For me, if it's not clear, unless you say there is a legal advice that has been given to you that there is no interministerial. If it is not, I'm sure it will be a respect to go to the colleagues to say there is this thing. I'm not sure what next to do. I'm part of you. I'm one of you. I'm not thee. I'm not thee. I'm one of you. This interministerial, there is the Minister of Justice, there is Ministers of Defense, there is Minister of State Security. Invite them. And they say, look, we don't know what to do about this matter. Maybe a person, if you all don't know, some would say we continue as it happened. I did say, Honorable Member, there was precedence that 2018, this thing came 2018, after election 2019, there was continuity after that. Maybe if then you are not sure, you say, somebody here came with idea of the interministerial. Let's ask that person. It happens to be a president. Maybe even you go to the president. Can we put this matter of disbandment to the structure that we know exists with the JCPS cluster, where all these ministers, they sit on it. So some kind of consultation, some kind of walking the path should have happened, Honorable Chair. Should have.
Can I proceed, Chair? Okay. Now, there is a task team, General, that was established in terms of the evidence that has been adduced here, which was established before the 2018 task team. Do you have knowledge of that task team? Which was in existence before the one that was produced and that the one that was established by the IMC.
Which IMC?
The Interministerial Committee.
No, there was There was no task team established by interministerial.
No.
It was established by the provincial commissioner.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, General. Okay. My question is, the 2018 task team was established by the IMC. Before that one, there was a task team that was in existence. I don't know who established it. Now, the evidence that was put before us is that that task team was dismantled because it was not functional. It was not efficient. It was not producing any tangible results. The result of which they established this new task team, which is multidisciplinary in its formation, which consisted of all the stakeholders that we have mentioned. Now, what criteria was used to identify police officers in this the 2018 task team?
You say this was dismantled. Let me add, after it has been met by the IMC, it was not dismantled telephonically or through the letter. It was met and discussed and assessed, and everybody agreed that it has produced zero work. I think you see that difference, Honorable Member, of meeting by the IMC now. And the IMC, we need to change the lane here. One thing that was identified in the meeting, because we had information out of the meeting, was that there were many members of the task team, which happened to be the police alone. It was not multidisciplinary. There were many members that were consumed on the violence that was going on. Therefore, the problem was not going to be resolved. So those members had to be taken out and bring the members coming from the different provinces that have no roots and understanding of the people that were there. That was criteria, because the major problem was that those members were themselves involved. Hence, at the later stage, quite several of the members there were arrested because they were part of problem.
Okay.
But that information derived from the meeting rather than writing the letter. IMC could have written the letter to say we're dismantling you, but did not do so. It went there, met those people and discussed.
So is there any founding document that was establishing this task team, which was giving guidance on how it must operate, or it was a resolution that was made, followed by a media statement? Is there any founding document?
Interministerial called their departments, and then their departments had to send their people. The police have to send their persons. From the side of the police, yes, there is a document establishing that, Honorable Member.
Okay.
There is a note establishing it.
Okay. Now, the NPA was accounting where? Was accounting to the NPA?
No.
For the work of the PKTT?
Was accounting to interministerial.
Okay.
They could account separately, but procedurally they had, because their minister was sitting in the interministerial. All those departments, there was this team of DGs, Honorable Member, that were there, who would then come, and then the ministers come and listen to them as they account. I would not deny that maybe the prosecutors might have briefed the head of or DG. I would not. But framework was that they report to the interministerial.
Okay, so in a media statement that you made on the, let me see, on the 3rd of August 2018, you made these remarks, open quote, "As a way of progress, we have taken a decision to change the members of the task team that were responsible for the investigations into the killings. The new project team has 118 new members plus 8 members from the previous task team." So you took 8 from the previous one. And why did you take them? They were more efficient than others. Is that a correct assumption?
After the discussion, that's what we discovered. After the discussion, I hope the discussion really helped.
Yeah. Now, there are cases which were withdrawn, General. There are cases, I remember at some point, the case of Makaka, the arrests which were made in 2017, if my memory serves me well, between 2017 and 2018. Now, General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi made an averment here that in the previous task team, they identified some elements of criminality. Ipso facto, they decided to establish this new one. Now, was there any collaboration in terms of the assessment that you made between the police officers and the NPA members, the prosecutors, which led to the withdrawal of cases in court? You would remember how the first arrest happened in Cindy Somakaka case. The accused were arrested. I think they spent about a week or 2 weeks in jail in Pietermaritzburg. Later charges were withdrawn. Was that as a consequence of an unethical collaboration between the police and the prosecution? Or it was just a genuine withdrawal, there was no sufficient evidence?
I have no authority to say it was so. But they might have suspicions of other things, like the prosecutors and magistrates. Remember, this team was given 4 months, and it would be extended maybe another 3 months. What was key and happening is that the case will be open, honorable member, and postponed and adjourned to the immediate after the expiry of the term of the team, which means if it expires, would have gone to ordinary kind of investigation that was there. So that kind of thing, it did tell us that there's some collaboration here. There are some methodologies, some methods that are used to tire this team, because we know that after 3 months is going. So it will be 2 days after the team is expected to go that then you can come to court. On that score then, that's, by the way, another thing that informed the decision of the DGs to say we are not going to give the timeline now of when it ends, so that they deal with the matters that are there. But also it was raised with the leadership of the NPA that we suspect that there is a problem in terms of prosecutors and the magistrate. Evidence on that, I don't. But evidence, the thing that I can put on the table is that there is that timing of this team postponement and coming to it. So what happened to those suspects you talk about, one of them I think is dead, may his soul rest in peace too, was withdrawn, but most of us were very much happy. We're very much unhappy about that withdrawal. So when then you are briefed is that there is insufficient information. When the information is sufficient, it will be reinstated. So you can't do anything about that.
Okay. So my assumption is that you decided to establish a new modus operandi, this multidisciplinary approach, because you wanted all the components of the value chain of the justice cluster to be involved, so that there will be no complaint. There's a general complaint by the police that we arrest people and they get bail on the following day. You have also made a mention of that. So you brought all these role players together so that there can be a link and a proper handover to say police were here, prosecution were here, the prosecutor will account for progress, judges are here, and so on and so forth. So did that kind of arrangement make any significant impact or any significant progress as compared to the previous one, the previous arrangement?
Huge impact, huge, very big. Maybe when you see the statistics and what happened, it was not just big, it was huge.
Okay. Now, General, do you have a friend in a taxi industry? A friend or friends?
In the taxi industry,
Yes.
a friend.
Yeah.
I don't have friends.
So you don't have a friend who is a taxi boss?
No.
Do you have people that you speak with at a personal level in a taxi industry?
What do you mean personal level? Hey, how are you?
I mean people that you don't speak about business or work.
No, in the taxi industry, most people that I speak, it comes from their business, especially on violence. And there are quite several people that I would speak to them in terms of trying to resolve problems. One of them would be Mandla, one of them would be Mswazi, one of them would be Ujo. I've recently spoken to Ujo, and there will be others. And by the way, it's not new. The many of them that I've spoken to them, but it will be more on relation to the work they do.
Okay, so was this PKTT, because I'm trying to establish here whether a narrative that was put out there that the PKTT was no longer effective was correct or not. Was this PKTT able to go to the root cause of political killings in KZN? And can I share you a perspective? I had also put the same perspective to General Masemola. That my observation, General, is that because of a decline of a profit margin in a taxi industry, the former taxi bosses have crossed the floor. They have crossed from taxi businesses to tenders. And their anchors in a tendering system are councillors or are politicians. Now, to safeguard their interests, they make sure that their people are always in power because it's their people who give jobs to them. And they do anything in their power, including using the same modus operandi that they used while they were at the helm of a taxi industry. They use the same modus operandi of eliminating people who appear to be a stumbling block to their business interests. So I think largely that is what contributes to a scourge of political killings. Do you agree with that? Do you agree with my perspective?
No, I don't.
Are you willing to go further, General, or I must go to another?
Well, the question is, do I agree? I say I don't.
Okay. Do you have any perspective which opposes mine?
Chairperson, the taxi industry problem is old. It's very old. I would suspect that it might be older than you, Honorable Member. I don't know how old, but to me, we don't look that old. Especially under the special dispensation. I think there was much. This perspective, if you come, does not come from now, if it is there. There was an industry that was not regulated from the very word go. I don't know where were you when taxis were valiants. Do you know the car called a Valiant? Yeah, okay. Honorable Skosana would know that one. So there where they started with I'm a Valiant, I'm a four-seater and all that kind of thing. So unregulated. So it was an easy kind of business where mostly black people could come because others, there were no opportunities. And indeed, it was allowed to go unregulated and then became the survivor of the fittest some time ago, not now, some time ago. By the way, there have been commissions after commissions working on this industry. What is a problem on it? But at the later stage, there was the entrance of big criminality on it. One of it, people that have stolen the money, special cash heist, they came in this industry, honorable member. Some of them, they came here because it's easy to wash your money. You work with cash and every day. In the early years, I think 96, I remember Ndebele was an MSc for transport. We tried to work on the program called recapitalization. That recap, you had 6 forms to sign. 2 of them was blue and yellow. I can't remember which was yellow. But the other one was say, write your criminal records. And the other one will say, write your SARS history. And those, as they fill those forms, the filling will end there. They would not come on it because they wanted to continue with cash, and the cash helps to money laundering, clean, and all that. So those elements, they came on it. So indeed, I would half agree with you that they've been floor crossing to tenders with some of them. But what we would not agree is that this criminality entering this industry is new. It has been evolving. Taxi, cash heist, robberies, tenders, politicians coming on. It has been evolving all the time.
At the center of these political killings is a fight for tenders. Is that correct? At the center. People are not necessarily fighting to be councillors, but they are fighting for tenders. Is that a correct narrative?
That's a big statement. I'll have to be given that information. I don't have that information. I don't have that information that people die for tenders. In KZN, political killings come from very far. Come as en masse, where it would be political, though the political issue was a front, it was a system that was killing people. There were no tenders there. There were no tenders. When people were dying in numbers, at 1 year, honorable member, there are 52 weeks in the year. 52 weeks. I spent 47 weeks burying people dying in numbers. So, absolutely, that was even before the election, so there were no tenders. It could have been evolved, and then you say it will be tenders. But the matter, the matter of Shoba and the people that were killed on the Christmas day, there were no tenders for that. They were not killed for tenders.
Okay, not that. Thanks, Makai. I think this is my second last question. General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi said when he appeared before this committee that he thinks General Khumalo has been a target for a very long time in the SAPS. At some point, there was an attempt to assassinate him in an airport, and there was an attempt to unfairly link him with a murder of Sindiso Makaka. Do you agree with those sentiments?
That he has been a target?
Yes.
I agree.
Now, I made a follow-up to that question that is he in possession of evidence which suggests that he has never been involved in a murder of Sindiso Makaka? And he said yes. And I know that during your time as a minister, they were also accounting to you for progress that they've made in some cases. And the case of Sindiso Makaka was one of the most popular cases.
I don't have that information.
You don't have that information. Thank you very much. The chair has indicated that I'm running out of time. Thank you, Chair.
You know, Magata was a good friend of mine. Eh?
And they refused you going to the funeral.
They refused me to bury him, but I pay for school fees of his children now.
That's good of you. I was at the funeral, though I was not in government then.
It is his time.
Thank you, Chair. Baba Ndosi. Ngiyaphila Nkosi yami.
Siyaphila lo ngenhloniphekile lo.
Siyaphila.
Leshamthetho sikazwelonke.
Asithembe baba, asithembe. Nkosi yami, ngicela ukubuza la. Ekuqaleni kwethemu yakho obuminister suke kugcina until ekugcineni. Did you know of any of the allegations lezi ezikhulunywayo ngoGeneral uSibiya zokuthi eGauteng wayethenge equipment engekho emthethweni to nanokuthi uMr Herman Mashaba we-Action SA bafihla information from uLokhunja, from former public protector mayelana ne-competence yakhe ukuthi akayiphasile base bemqasha?
I knew a problem about the equipment, the gadget. The competence and all that I heard from you for the very first time. And I was surprised. I didn't know about that. But I did know that there were problems about the question of gadget.
Okay, kukhona wakwenza mhlambe kulelo banga lelo mphathi.
Khona ngakwenza?
Yeah, kulento ema gadget. Mhlambe wakhuza wathetha wenza.
Ngingenaphi lapha? This is municipality. I'm a minister of police.
Wambuza kodwa.
Uba.
Yena mhlambe uSibiya mhlambe kwalithola ithuba lokuthi umbize.
Was not a police. Usibiya was not a police.
Angithi ngibuza ngoba mhlambe masesebenza endaweni ephethwe wena mhlambe kumbuza indoda nje bososebenza la kumina kunecala elithi ngapha kwenzakalana.
I could not have asked him because 3 institutions had already declared him, and I've mentioned those institutions. But when this was raised there, I was a minister of police, not a mayor. I'm sure the mayor could have done better to ask him.
Okay, no ngiyabonga kakhulu baba. Kule ndaba le 360 million tender yakaKhet. Ngiyazi ukuthi awungeni mhlawumbe endabeni yokuthi alithole itender. And ngiyayazi procedure yokuthi tender lihamba kanjani ukuze lithole. But I just want to know ukuthi wena as a minister, because it's alleged ukuthi politicians, specifically ministers, have influence. Did you have any influence ukuthi alithole leli tender mhlawumbe uKhet Matlala?
I didn't know anything about the tender, let alone influence. I could not have influenced the tender that I didn't know about.
Ubudlelwano bakho no General Khumalo bunjani boma babunjani?
Muphi Khumalo?
Khumalo loboshwe.
Uno General Jabulani, uno Dumsani. Muphi.
Udumsani.
No.
Head of intelligence.
Ubudlelwano bami is good. Okay, good.
Buke balimala phambilini?
Lutho.
Kaze.
Lutho.
nalo omunye uJabulani Jabulani Khumalo ngoba somfakile ngisale ngikubuza.
Okay. I'm not very close to Jabulani like Khumalo. Khumalo work quite closely. The Jabulani SP, Utumsan, we have worked very close, especially what put us together are these things of political killings. He has been a special task force, Jabulani, so he's more on the operation out there. But that we are enemies or I hate him, it would be a ridiculous statement to say. No.
Ngikubuza ngoba ngifuna ukunderstanda lamphathi ukuthi lokukhubhana kwalabo general lephezulu ngokwakho ucabanga kubangelwa yini kwasuswa yini futhi makuthi khona ozophumelela between these two parties uyowina ini yini lelwelwayo lapho ngokubuka kwakho usewumphathi as a minister
babengahubhani ngisekhona bahubhane manje sengihambile
manje sohambile
bakaze bahubhane ngkhona nawe kwazuzwa
ngokwakho ukwazi yini inkinga mphathi
ngeke ngazi ngoba ngikho
lutho asibeke phansi kahle kodwa ngijabule kahle ngiyabonga
no minister but kunjalo angikho songizokwazi kanjani
angifunda ukuxabanisa ngibiza ngenono manje ngithi angibaleke lapho minister uformer minister Mkhunu ukhulume ngendaba yokuthi ungihlolile kahle kahle enkulumeni ye recording ye voice recording. I just want to know from you as a minister because ngibonile mawucala ukukhuluma ukuthi cha indoda eqotho uyibeka nje into enjalo pertaining ukurecordwa komuntu efonini ungamtshelanga noma ungayitholanga permission. What's your take on that? Is it correct makathi kumele ube khona kwesithathu?
That is illegal.
As a minister, is it a criminal offense to do that if we are minister? The question is that
you see, you phone the bank or they phone you, they say we must warn you. You could simply say I'm dropping it now, or any other people they would say I would warn you. This one I thought it's illegal that I speak to you and you are taping me. Whether it's a criminal offense or whatever kind of it, I can't tell. The learned friends can tell on that one. But I would suspect that is, maybe saying is illegal is a strong term, but I don't think it's permitted that you can tape me without my consent.
Njengomunye wayephethe amaphoyisa in the minister's position, cela ukubuza as a citizen. Ubaba uMchunu ufike la wathi ke yena uyena onikeze according to me uthe instruction yokuthi abomrecorder Mkhwanazi uMr Mchunu uMr Nkabinde but ugcine sethi ke kube umbono wakhe. Do you think as a minister unikeze umbono o illegal noma u exempted from ukuthi wenze iphutha?
So I don't think it's a correct thing to tape somebody that is not. I'm trying to avoid using legal teams or legal, no unlawful and all that. I don't belong there. But I would say I see nothing right about it. I guess it is wrong. If then the wrong thing, you can't come here and boast that you have stolen, but it's me who gave you the instruction to go and steal. So you would have told me that, but especially for understanding. By the way, Nkabinde is a cop. He's a police, Nkabinde. So he cannot be given by a civilian an instruction when he's a police himself and has worked as a police and worked in the IPIT and all that kind of stuff. You cannot. The Constitution and legislative is very clear that you can't take the wrong instruction. Even the Constitution says so.
Were you aware of the alleged unethical relationship between the former IPID head, Robert McBride, and Paul O'Sullivan?
Well, yes, I have heard ukuthi they are quite close by Zwana, but I don't have the evidence how far does it take and all, but I've heard so that by Zwana, even M17, I was told to basizana.
Njoba usuthi ke uNkabindo bephoyisa chaza ukuthi uyamazi umbuzo wami ozoba ukuthi did you know uNkabinde lo server as the chief of staff manje, but on record do you know him? Just for the record.
Yes, I do.
You do. Do you know why yekela kwa IPID?
I don't know why, but it looks like it was a clash between him and one of the seniors. I can't remember who that senior was, but looks like there was that. There was a clash. I don't think it was a voluntary kind of resignation, but it looks like there was some clash with the senior people, which I really can't remember very, very well.
In paragraph 2 of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi's statement, he claims that information he presented before the Adhoc Committee was based on personal knowledge, relevant document, and discussion with informed officials. But we've been informed that the error occurred and he'll be writing a senior statement on that matter. So I wanted to ask a question on it, but the question is it true that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi stopped communicating with you after you persuaded him, after you persuaded him to ask General Khumalo to resign from SAPS?
It's not true.
It's not true. What can I do?
I think I spoke in June and he sent me a message in July. So sending a message out, guess, is a communication.
So awukaze umcela ukuthi aphushele uKhumalo ukuthi mhlamba resign SAPS.
No, I did speak to him about Khumalo coming to work in Gauteng. We did speak about that.
Okay, ngiyabonga. Bengifuna nje ukudlulisa lapho. Ngithathe enkulumeni yakho ukuthi lento yamahearsay awuyithandi. So ngifuna siyibuke la. Do you know ukuthi who funded the ANC with CR17 campaign?
No, I don't know.
You don't know. You said MK ufandwe uLiebenberg or ufande uBab Zuma. And I think the MK party would maybe write and talk to that matter if they wish to do so, or even uBab Zuma. So if you don't know ama funders were CR17 documents that were sealed, what intelligence did you use to get the information MK found Liebenberg?
It was a public information. No, it was a public information that Liebenberg himself did say he has helped Umsholos to pay 500,000 for him, for his case to be enrolled. Yes, I have confirmed it.
How did you confirm Leo Malile?
Because it was in the court papers, and then the matter was then enrolled.
When as ubabcele uyayiconfirma leyo mali unabufakazi bokuthi ayiwayithola ngempela le mali?
Ayike uLuenberg, having said that publicly, that is information. I might be lying if he lies, but if he speaks the truth, I'm speaking the truth.
Okay, uthathi here and say wayichupha.
No, I go and hear say. It's from the horse's mouth.
Thank you, babcele. uLiebenberg lo khuluma ngaye uyena lo wanikeza unkosikazi kaBaba uPaul Mashatile iring ediamond?
Yes.
Uyena loyo?
Not a ring.
Diamond.
A piece of diamond.
Piece of diamond. Uyena yena loyo?
Yes.
Okay. It's very clear.
Impela uyena.
Ngiyabonga kube ngifuna nje sidlule lapho. uMatlala ukhethe njengoba usuvumile ukuthi uyamazi.
Angaze ngiphike futhi.
ngiyabongisa baba. Wazi amadoda amakhulu. You said Nhlanhla wanted to fund the president yakababa Mkhunu. Siyavumelana.
What did I say?
You said Nhlanhla wanted to fund the presidency yakababa Mkhunu.
Nhlanhla told me that he was requested to fund. That he wanted, I'm not sure. But that he was told, I'm told.
You are told. Ngizahamba kule ama hearsay ne. Lama hearsay ongawathandi.
No,
Siselapha.
it's not a hearsay. It's a horse's mouth.
Sho njalo.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you think kunawo umthelela lokuthi itender kaMatlala icishu ize ivalwe lokuthi mhlawumbe akafunanga ukufunda ubaba Mkhunu?
That will be hearsay. And I don't want to get in the hearsay. I've never heard it. It will be said by me, and when I will be hearing a hearsay from me. I have no information either told or read anywhere that is the case. So I really don't know about that.
Kule horse's mouth yaka Liebenberg. Yemali ekhokhiwe ku MK. Yayisikhona yini MK makugena le mali okhuluma ngayo?
That's why my statement is stroke, either Msholozi or MK. So if it is not MK, Msholozi.
Oh. Sengiphelele isikhathi kanjalo. So lento ekhulumayo.
But can I add on that?
Please ba. Mhlambe usa-add ungichazisela ukuthi ushongo ukuthi mhlambe yangena nini or uyayicabangela nje uyifaka nje ngoba mele ingenile.
Ayangena.
Yangena.
Sungacheka wena ukuthi.
Sekusho le nkulumo yangena nini?
Manje
imali baba. Before MK bakhona or after MK bekhona angibuzela ukuthi ingene kuZuma or MK sengibuza ukuthi isiphi isikhathi salento oyikhulumayo othi awuyizwanga endleleni awuyidobhanga ndawo uyizwe kuye ngithi usasikhumbula mhlawumbe isikhathi oyizwe kuye lo muntu eyikhuluma ukuthi kunini
ngisikhumbula kahle isikhathi but I would not remember whether it was before or after MK, but I could say that there would be really clips and videos where MK is on the platform supporting in court, supporting.
Siyeke mphathi ngoba sikhuluma into
ayikho
awunasho
no that one is sure
ngani baba ngesikhathi
ukuthi when
your time has unfortunately come to an end.
How much time did I have, Chair? But no 20 minutes, right? Usho wena, Chair. So that means our 20 minutes, Changit. So our 20 minutes I pay manje. What apelang delele, Chair?
We must not argue about the allocation. We must not argue about the allocation of time.
No, Chair. Athi mhlambe nguhloniphe ngivale, Chair.
We allocate 1 hour 20 minutes for a full member and an alternate. 1 hour for the member, 20 minutes for the alternate. It has been that with Honorable Ngola and Honorable Sokanyile. They finished 3 minutes before their time. You benefited from that. It's now after 10 minutes past 9. I mean past 7. Honorable members who are coming back at 8 o'clock who are breaking immediately.
Even if vote wayengenje, wayelalela abantu yazi che.